Good morning, everyone. This is exciting. We'll find out if they're able to catch the falling knife. I'm not sure what they catch it with. Almost everything down here is just Vega risk. A lot of the calls here took profits on Friday. We're opening like down here, 60. Jesus Christ. Like 55. That's a big ass gap down. Ding ding. No, no news. Ooh, Russell got fucking murdered too. That was fast. Careful with the memes. Dude, Zuck has sold Meta every single day for like the last month. That's not new news. SE Vets, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord after the
Happy birthday,
stream.
Gherkin.
I'll get you added to the country club. What did what? That. All right. Well, all the puts are in the money. There's not a lot of out of the money shit yet. Most of the zero DTE chains completely blown out. We buying salty fake meat again? It's running. So yeah, puts could take profit here and we could bounce. I don't know how high we'd bounce. Maybe like 70, 75. But something's got to push them to take those profits, right? That's how you stonks email. I'm going to keep an eye on Russell. Yeah, Russell's bouncing back really hard. FIBA doesn't look that great today. Upstart liquidity didn't look good, but now it looks a lot better. Beyond actually MOASsing. Huh. Did WeBull do a redesign? I don't think so. Happy birthday, Alex. Those 10s going in the money? That'd be cool. They might be. Twat Waffle? Oh, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up. Bed Bath & Beyond stock was deleted. It's gone. Sinbad. I don't know if you knew that. This is gonna be a fucking weird day, dork. Weird day. First I'm hearing about this. BP buy? Remember yesterday when I said we'd open 50 BPS down and then all three of us would be wrong for the rest of the week? Here you are. You're welcome. Do you know why so many solar stocks are up? Energy and utilities. There's been a lot of sector rotation lately. I'd imagine with all the government subsidization they have, that they're pretty attractive to some investors. With the stock being gone, is there a way to buy weeklies on Bobby? No. Good morning, Gherkin. How was your weekend? How's this bounce looking? Moderate. Right now, it looks like it could carry us as high as 45.70, and then I think there's going to be some resistance there. There's some defensive positioning building up. Dude, IV on this is going wild. What the fuck? I wonder if they'd sell it to me. Right? Probably won't. Ooh, top's moving a bit. A little bit of volume. Jamie's got about another $1 and change before it hits Gamma Max. Too late for a Beyond entry? I don't know. 1720? Huh. It's like $1.40. What the fuck is going on here? Is that right? That is. Why is the price of the stock going down and the price of my options are rocketing? Hang Sen's been getting boofed the past few days. Yeah, I know. Beyond RQ. I mean, they have a pretty good size float. It's like 60 million shares. They've been on Reg Show for a month, though. God knows how bad the liquidity is. Beyond starting to cross over. So's top. There's no updates on UVXY. Yeah, it's still big fact. It's on Reg Show, but it's been there a while. Today's range, like 55, 75. We got to see how well 75 is defended. There's quite a long day ahead of us still. There's still some calls that got abandoned on the chain to the upside. Not all of them are sold. But they are pulling back a bit, and call interest is concentrating a bit lower. Looks like they moved into some defensive positioning at 45.50. They picked up some 70-75s, but put interest is also increasing. I need your input on Kava. Their lockup expiration is December 12th, and people are theorizing big downs since investors bought up their shares at 18. 95 million shares will be released on the 12th. Yeah, so Kava's doing pretty well as a business, and people thought the same thing about Chipotle after they IPO'd, and all of those people who shorted it got fucked. So I'd be at least careful with that play. Remember that, everybody in the fucking market knows about it. And it's a really good opportunity for big institutions to come in and squeeze shorts if they want to. If God knows how illiquid Beyond is, just tell us. You are stuck, God. I mean, Beyond definitely has some liquidity problems. So does Top. It's not as illiquid as it's been in the past. Give me 1 second. Where was I? Oh yeah. It's not as illiquid as it's been in the past. It's the first time it's run while on Reg Show. So that's kind of compelling. Obviously, the market maker is not fucking around, given that they've priced up the $10 call 138% with very little price movement since open. Be careful on GME. It's getting near the point where like the liquidity impulse is about dead. So it could get rug pulled really fast. If it runs on Reg Show, it'll be even more exciting once it comes off Reg Show, right? Well, it depends on how much it runs on Reg Show, but yeah. Automated DMM on that, though. Don't forget. So Upstart actually got a lot of liquidity in the pre-market, but it's kind of running out of it now. Like, so it ran out of it really quick. It's still above Gamma Max. So its range can only be further propagated by more call buying. As long as calls keep coming in, it can keep going up. It's kind of risky now, though. A lot riskier than it was last Friday. Like like Top and Beyond are still below Gamma Max, technically. Well, Top might not be, but Beyond is way below Gamma Max. I spent $100 playing the long side of Beyond. I have failed you. No, you haven't, Carl. Yeah, the rug pull would extend to Upstart as well. Upstart's really exposed to like the big AI stocks dropping. So that's where you want to watch is like Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta. If those are falling, that helps Upstart's liquidity a lot. Not don't look at QQQ. It's not as good a representation, but you want to look at IWM and like those three Mag 7 stocks. I feel like my Fubo 12, 15, $3 CCs are going to get assigned. No biggie, though, below my cost basis. Wait, you're getting assigned below your cost basis? That's not good. Or above your cost basis. I made a quick 750 this morning on the Beyond run. Bob back in for half the calls. Thanks, Tricky Pickle. No problem, man. Yeah, Beyond doesn't have a lot of resistance till it hits 10. And Gamma Max is at $70, so it's like it's hold on. It's not gonna hit Gamma Max, right? But Gamma Max is coming down towards the price over time. It's not gonna hit Gamma Max. Probably. Thoughts on Baba? Um I don't really have any. It fell out of the downtrend, which is moderately bearish, but I can't see it having a ton of room. Okay, Tup is also just ripping. This is awesome. We've chosen wisely. So Gamma Max on top is irrelevant because of the price. But it's it's like $2, right? That's like the average trading price of the stock is between like $1 and $2. So it's frankly too cheap to have a Gamma Max that matters. Fubo's in the same position. Jamie bar rate's still going up. Ivy's still elevated. Yep. But the covering on GME is also almost done, so careful. It's got another little bit of range, like another $1.20 before it hits Gamma Max, but once it hits Gamma Max, be cautious. But there are no beyond 70 calls. Are there? Oh Jesus, there are. Don't don't buy those. That's stupid. Beyond might be kind of a wild card because of the reg show. I'm not really sure how it's gonna play out. I just knew it was gonna run. I was gonna keep it a secret between me and Dork, but I figured I'd tell everybody. Now I already regret it. How's SPXOI looking? It looks like a lot more defensive puts are coming in. 65 and 70. Those might be sold. Maybe they're selling in the money puts. Although the the rate at which they're pushing the upside here is falling off pretty hard. Um, it may get hung up for a little while at the gap. Beyond 70C is the new Rev 35C. Jesus Christ. The big boys are going to squeeze shorts on something like Kava. Would they generally load out of the money calls before pumping? Is it possible to scout for someone like yourself, quant data, not me, Maybe, but not necessarily, right? They could just come in with those orders whenever. Like, I I feel like ideally they'd want to surprise people. I'm risking $300 for the Beyond play. It's not nothing, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay. Yeah. Be careful. I mean, all of these hold that potential to just fuck you, right? Meme stocks are the worst thing to trade in the world. The disappointment, formerly known as McChuggets. Welcome back to Dillionaire. A little less disappointing today, man. My top two C's are in the money. Yeah, same. That's a good feeling, I think. Thanks for everything, Gherk. Everything in port is green. Here's $20 to time out anyone that asks about Beyond. Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. McChuggets, hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added. That's on RC's Pigeon Suite. I really thought he was talking about pigeon whales. I think RC's like trying to call me out or something. First he did the overpaid executives thing. And now he's tweeting about pigeons. It's like, you know, really, bro? Next, he's gonna tweet about a whale. RC is J-Roll stealing her IP. Just him trying to get you to contact him, looking for unpaid employment. Gorak, do you think that's the tasty? What? RC knows if Gherk is out, Jamie goes to $5. My ownership of the stock is not going to affect its price. Trust me. You're not in trouble until he writes you a letter. I would be here all day for the SS meltdown if RC publicly acknowledged you. That'd be awkward. I've said some pretty mean things. You guys watching Newegg? No. Mostly because I feel like it's a scam. Not that it can't run, it can. I just don't want to own any of it ever. Was Brokerage a Jimmy Costabaro? I think I copy and pasted the thing from Atomic. I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter. It's probably way too low to matter. Unless the prime bar rate starts to go up, it doesn't make a fucking difference. RC could stand to hear a couple mean things. We'll be fine. Yeah, so it looks like the upside positioning failed to gain any ground there. Tup's still contracting, so covering on top is far from done. Huh. I'm gonna make up for all my spy put losses by YOLOing into top and beyond, way out of the money calls. Thanks to the financial advice, Glarp. That's no, that's not gross. Upstart run done? It could be, yeah. I'd be very careful with Upstart. It's already quite a bit beyond Gamma Max, and it's gonna need consistent like call buying in order to keep pushing up, or shorts need to start squeezing out. And I don't think shorts are gonna squeeze out of it yet. At least no more than already have. My beyond position is up 30% already. I can't decide if I should burn a day trade and close it now or let it run. It's a good question. I don't have an answer for you. How you exit can affect the IV though. Yeah, but I'm not gonna exit like an idiot, right? What about all the hedging from all the in the money calls from last week for Upstart? It's already realized at Gamma Max, right? Isn't it cool RC directly referenced your pigeon whales in his tweets? Maybe RC is a pigeon whale. Bithead? No. What are you looking at to confirm a Netflix breakdown? I think I wrote about that. A breakdown of 463 at gamma neutral. Bithead's an Aussie. Oh shit! So Bithead's Matt Furlong. RC is hazy. That makes a lot of sense, actually. No, I don't think RC is Moonwind. How else would we have known the treasury play, Kirk? I don't know. Factory orders were negative 3.6, previous 2.8, consensus was negative 2.8, so big oof. Yeah, if ISM and manufacturing like if ISM services data comes in bad, um, and we start to see contraction, everyone's gonna get scared of a recession again, and the bull steepener is gonna reverse. I've been looking at different ways to get low risk exposure to meme stocks since they often die or rocket. Ratio spreads established for tiny credit seems effective. Logical or just me? Well, they need to run a lot for a ratio spread to work, but yeah, those can work. The biggest problem with ratio spreads is meme stocks tend to just end up flat if they don't rocket, right? Like if they run a little bit and fall, they just generally fall back to like DN or whatever they were at before, which leaves you in the range of your greatest loss on a ratio spread. But debit spreads are really good on them too because you can buy shorter dated calls for very cheap without having a lot of theta exposure. Do you expect TLT to drop once short covering is over? Higher yields will tank it, right? I think a lot of the data this week and into the Fed meeting is going to give us a better idea of how yields are going to move over the next couple months. Almost like Moody's was right. Oh yeah, Moody's is definitely right. It closed my Beyond for 30% or $120 profit. Thanks, Gherk. Am I the only person who bought this shit at open? I posted Pigeon Whale's Q on the Super Stock post about Ryan's tweet. I feel I won't be invited back. Oh well. Is this the pullback to go higher or something different? This is just a pullback. 60 seems like a good range to get hung up at for now. Uh, put interest is increasing, however. And calls are still selling off, so this may grind lower, but I think as far as the steeper part of our drop, it's over here at 45.60. What's Beyond doing? Prepping for a move up? I mean, it looks fine. It's a ascending triangle. Those tend to be really bullish. Right, you got like this fucker, and then well yeah, it's already doing it, but I'm up 70% on Beyond. Nice. You need the money, Thunder. So I'm glad to hear it. Had an order for significantly above the mid and open for Beyond. I didn't get a fill. Oh well. Sorry to hear that, man. What are your daily targets on Jimmy? It looks like it may run a bit. 1720. 1892 and 1978. God, that looks fucking spicy. Ascending triangles off of a down, so they're a continuation pattern. So if you form an ascending triangle off an uptrend, they're bullish. If you form it off a downtrend, they're bearish. So like that is bullish. And then if you get like this, it's bearish. Thank you, Jacqueline. I hope you caught those. If Palantir stays here, I'll survive by Friday. Oh, how's it doing? Nice. Yeah, cool. I still know nothing. It's okay. You're learning. maybe. CVNA. I already looked at it last night. Yeah, that's running. 40 might hit like 46. I don't think it'll go much higher than that. Actually, let me check. GM's 36, so yeah, 46 is possible. Look at Russell. Okay, Russell's pushing back up. Oh, I'm sick as fuck. Do you have data coming out today? We did already. There's a couple like short-term auctions. I don't think they're gonna matter much. But we had factory orders and factory orders X transportation. Both came in significantly more negative than expected. Factory orders month over month down 3.6%, and X transportation down 1.2 versus the expected positive 0.3. So they sucked. They sucked bad. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really need to close that though. Let's see. Beyond still looks pretty good. A mid PT there. Well, that's getting shorted a bit, but I don't think it's over yet. Jimmy also getting shorted. Jimmy's starting to bounce back out of it. Wix is going up. Ban whoever took profits on top. Do you mind checking Upstart OI? The push up above already $4 above GM makes me feel like we're getting more out of the money calls coming in. We are, but that doesn't mean it's sustainable. Like, you can play it, it's just really risky. 3404 is a big resistance. 35 is important. $45.50 on the menu today. Yeah, I would say so. See, that's interesting because Russell's pushing up still. Oh, top bounced right back above $2. Nice. Do you like Beyond to 1069 or GME to 1821? Why 1821 on GME? Do you like 1892 or 1975? And Jamie hasn't even broken Gamma Max yet, but good entry for Nvidia. So I'd be careful with that. Nvidia lost Gamma Neutral. That might not be worth playing. It opened below Gamma Neutral, and the play was for a bounce on Gamma Neutral, so the bounce reversed. That's not a good sign. SPX, yeah, it could break down more. It kind of already tried to reverse a bit, and that failed. There's definitely more room to the downside on it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 50 today. They are fighting back here a bit at 60. But maybe it won't be enough. What's the worst thing that could happen in relation to earnings when I sell GMECCs when we touch GM today? Expiration for next OPEX at $15. I mean, I guess GME could beat and the price could stagnate in the like $16 to $20 range for the next month. That would be my worry about selling like large amounts of CCs before earnings. Although maybe you don't care. Palantir looking good. Palantir was going down. I hope it stays that way. Yeah, it's doing the thing I want it to do. I don't know about you, but it's going straight down. I would like it to go under 19. So on Friday, Nvidia reversed on GN. And I was going to play the upside bounce to the top of the trend into the sold calls. but it failed. It failed the bounce this morning in the pre-market. Still out the money short term. Roll down for 3 months. You could do that. NQ is going straight down. Yeah, it's not having a great day. Have you entered into Netflix? Yeah. So I'm taking Genie off. Genie's right there. Oh, because I switched it? Fuck you. What are your price targets on top? It'd be cool if it hit like 250. Did you see the news from the U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo? No. We cannot let China get these chips, period. We're going to deny them our most cutting edge technology. They're going to deny us the materials to make them. So it's like a big fucking circle jerk. Who cares if China has chatbots? Would I reduce the earnings risk with later expiry, e.g., Feb OPEX? Yeah, the further out you sell them, the more chance you have of them just being a protective put instead of taking assignment. If you redesign a chip around a particular cut line that enables them to do AI, I'm going to control it the very next day, Raimondo said. Huh. She said she's going to ban the video's new workaround chip the next day if they keep doing it. Yeah, I can see that. I wouldn't say that AB&B is a fortress, but it bounced really hard with the rate cuts. Hmm. Things are looking more bearish on SPX. The money's so expensive. I think I need to worry about those just yet. $45.50 put interest is picking up. 55. Shit. Good entry on GME. I suppose it could be. If this keeps falling off, though, this may fall back under 16. I'd be careful. I think Beyond's just falling with the indexes a little bit. I'm not super worried about it. It looks like there's still a lot more covering that needs to be done. Although, if you are worried about it, I would consider taking profits. Yeah, Russell shit the bed pretty hard there. I'm out of day trade, so I have to hold what I buy till tomorrow. Oh, that's really fucking risky. Um, I probably wouldn't even do it. The chances of GME continuing a run tomorrow are really, really low. VIX might actually cross 14. What do? Buckle up? Hmm. Yeah, this is still failing. Careful. Better to buy once you confirm the reversal than to buy on the drop. $350 away from my old nemesis. 45.55. Oh, I am super sick. So whatever I've had for the last like 4 weeks just won't go away. And it keeps coming back, but different. Yes is within $7 of SPX. Arbitrage. Yes, Palantir, yes. Ooh, nice. I really kind of still hope I get assigned on my covered calls though. How many fucking spreads did you and Thunder sell on Palantir? Beyond borrow fee, 161.9 at 95,000 available. Sounds like someone's fucked. QQQ looking to enter the gap from 11.13, 11.14. Yeah, it's like right on top of it. Pretty thin liquidity in that range too. So come on, Top, you piece of shit. Turn around. Top hasn't crossed over yet. But it's so close. Beyond crossed over first thing this morning. And that's still got at least a little bit of covering that needs to be done. Actually, quite a bit of covering that needs to be done still. Is this the pullback needed for markets to move higher? No, it's definitely not big enough for that. It's big enough that we could maybe move up to like 4,600 over the next couple of days. If we lose 45.50 though, I don't think we'll see 4,600 again anytime soon. We might have walk-in pneumonia. That's a big sell if it takes the entire gap out today. It might be worth a small flyer. I doubt it would take it all out in one day, but maybe. No problem, Willem. Congratulations, man. Does beyond covering need to occur now, or can it go into next week? It seems like it's being pressured pretty heavily. How low do you think Palantir can go this week? I don't know. It's literally falling off a cliff right now. Let's So I'd imagine it's already... Give me a second. Imagine it finally... Yeah, it finally broke through charm. Delta neutral's at 1629. Huh. Fucking crossover day. Yeah, SPX still has more range to the downside. There's not a lot of... Well, there's more puts down there than there were. We could hit 35, I guess. Let's see if they get some stability here or not. Hmm. Skew up, correlation up. Next test to be at 4550 ES. Nikkei broke 33,000. USD JPY is rocketing. It's not going to be good for the Nikkei. Okay. I like that. How do the tips look for GME? Close to blown out. GME's doesn't have a lot of covering left. So if it's gonna hit Gamma Max, it needs to do it kind of quick. Maybe like on that last little bit of liquidity. I literally said the top of Airbnb. How did I manage to play it so poorly? Wait, what do you mean you sold the top of it? Oh, like you closed your spreads at the top? I don't know. Why didn't you just wait a little bit? You had tons of theta. Well, earlier would have been a better time to enter Netflix. But yeah, I guess you could try to target the 50 to 31 range, but now you've got to wait for a breakdown of 50. So you missed out on the first like $13. And you're going to want to confirm that 50 breaks down. Or have a really tight stop. How much volume does Beyond need to cover? Volume, like exact volume, I have no idea, but it needs to cover quite a bit more liquidity. It hasn't covered shit so far. It's still on Reg Show, so it's got to at least get off Reg Show. They're crushing the IV on it a little bit right now. Oh, hey. Top broke up. Jimmy. A little bit. Fubo. Alright. Nice. What's the best way to get exposure to the Japanese yen? FXY? FXY is probably the best way to get equity exposure to yen. You could go short the dollar, although less direct. You could go short Nikkei, which there are a few ETFs you could do that in. You could go long yen futures or like FX contracts. I probably won't enter Netflix then. Okay, I mean, there's nothing wrong with confirming the 50, but okay. Would a straddle here on SPX be a good idea? Or puts with stops? A straddle where? On SPX? Um, probably just. I'd probably just wait a little bit. I don't think a straddle's that great. It's not terrible. It's just not that great. Why is Fubo being resilient to market action? It has a lot more liquidity right now than a lot of the other memes. Is this one of those times you add to a winning position on Palantir? You could if you want to. If Tim doesn't run this week, are you still interested, or is it not tied to OPEX like the rest? Yeah, it's not particularly tied to OPEX. But if it doesn't continue to run, I might move exposure around on it. I'm not really sure yet. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's got plenty of pressure right now. December 15th, 350p on Fubo looks insanely cheap. Or am I just being dumb? Is it cheap? I don't know if I'd buy it, but I guess it's not that expensive. Full port top calls here. Moon missions of Valhalla. um, that's probably a terrible fucking idea. SCX bear pennant? No, not really. It's just kind of rounding out a bottom. I don't think SPX looks particularly bullish into the latter half of the day, but I don't think a small bounce here would be out of the question if there's some put capitulation on the back of it. Also moved from 24 to 33 last week, so all those calls in the money have to be hedged this week. No? Well, unless they closed. But there's like once the market maker is hedged up to gamma max, there's no more exposure for them to hedge. And I don't think that many calls went in the money on Upstart. No, Newegg's just like the company structure is fucked up. There's all kinds of like inside owners that are in, shell corporations that are loosely tied to China. I just don't have any interest in it. Do you have a PT for top? I mean, it'd be really cool if it ran to its prior highs. Like, I'd love to see $3 or $4, but I'd be pretty happy getting out at like 250. It doesn't really have like a gamma max because it's a $2 stock. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thanks. Is 4550 still a strong support and resistance point on SPX? Yes, very much so. However, the defensive positioning to the downside of 4550 broke down last week, so it's not as well defended as it was like last Thursday. Prior highs of 38.59? No. Just like recently, not fucking Jesus Christ, man. Bullish global equity as GDP positive. Fed cuts, hikes, jobless claim more. Government promising oil, petrol price to collect vote, so crude oil will drop under 65. That make global market bullish. Alternatively, China's economy reignites. They show some manufacturing and GDP growth, and oil goes to 150 a barrel. Do you do anything to manage sold calls, puts that have been gapped over in the morning, or just cut and reposition? I mean, I don't always cut sold calls and puts. That's why they have theta, right? It really depends on how close to expiry they are and whether I think, the move to the upside is going to continue. Okay. Looks like they're trying to push up a bit. Bunch of calls bought at 45.50, and they're selling a shitload of puts right now. If there isn't a bounce at 45.50, is that super bearish? That's pretty bearish, yeah. How successful is that gonna be? Mm. This might end up stuck here for a while, though. Five hours and 10 minutes to expiry. Yeah, I'd probably just cut it. Glock, help! I'm being steepened. Short duration actions in 40 minutes. I don't think those are gonna have a big effect. Just about 45.60s. 280 is pretty cheap. I might be too far out of the money. Yeah, they're definitely fighting hard to hold 45.50. I think they're just still trying to reverse the momentum here. They could potentially fail. Although it could be fun to play the upside if they don't. Hmm. Fun, same like profitable. Sometimes. I'm gonna give this a minute. I think Jamie will be rugged before earnings. I mean, they've almost got all the covering done on it, so yeah. I mean, they may not short it hard, and like they might save up the liquidity for earnings, but they've gotten a bunch of liquidity back. Futures 55, 54.50. We just need some of the 50 puts to capitulate, and then they can get their turnaround. I'm kind of giving up on the put selling a little bit here. My top full port is not doing amazing. Did you buy the top again? I don't have any interest in making a family feud squad, moistly towelette. I'll just send Carl. He's always looking for things to do. You've said that Jamie puts at run peaks are not profitable. Will this apply to Fubo? Maybe get some $3 Jans here. I don't know why you'd want to short Fubo at the top. Like, the range is garbage. You're gonna make fucking 50 cents or something. There's like a million things that you could short, and you want to short Fubo? Isn't a strat to just buy and sell liquid options and profit on the spread? Chip away at like 8% illiquid options? If you could get the fills, sure, but you probably won't. Yeah, on 10 CIV is dropping a little. Yeah, I know. That's because realized vol is dropping. Carl can't go alone. Family feud. He can take Bob with him. Short Uber? Isn't it going into the S&P 500? I don't know if they confirmed it yet or not, but it's supposed to. I didn't say to short Uber. If I sell puts on a dividend stock that expire after X dividend date, do I pay for or receive the dividend? Selling puts on it? Nothing. I just moved money from my live trading account. I like to short on QQQ. Ah, okay, into your live. After a year of paper trading, 7 to 14 DTE gang. Okay. I mean, it's at resistance, though, so be careful. If they lose 45.50, what are we seeing? The downside could just collapse at that point. 35, 25, 15. They really don't want to lose this range. Like there's still some defensive call positioning at like 25 and I think 30, but not nearly as much as there was last week. And they almost lost 35 last week. Would margin call for put selling vol shorts? There won't be one if they can help it. Apologies if you already touched on this, but could you share your outlook on gold over the next 3 to 6 months? Banks will buy it as a currency hedge, so it could keep going up. Don't buy on the top of rips. There's a lot of gold bag holders. It was a better buy 3 months ago when I said it was a good buy. But it's still got more room to move. But never chase it. Never chase gold if it's like running away like crazy. Because the second it peaks, everybody who's been bag holding it for 10 years is gonna dump it. How's OI looking? Roughly the same. If Iran-controlled oil lanes get shut down by more attacks, do you think we'll see oil north of 200? No. If you were a species of beetle, which one would you be and why? Bombardier, they spray acid out of their butts. And they're very colorful, like a peacock. It is a good one. That's what I do after eating Taco Bell. Yeah. Is Upstart done? It could be. It already blew out Gamma Max. He bought a Rockstar-esque tour bus and plans to live out of that when society collapses. Uh, Gross. I'm sorry you know someone like that. Do you hate Buenos Aires? No? The acid butt spray is the highlight of my Taco Bell chicken quesadilla experience. Has it ever helped you fend off a predator before? Are they waiting on the auctions before we move? I don't really see what the significance of the 3 and 6 month would be right now. Maybe like I can see them being more important after the Fed meeting if we continue to steepen, but yields are kind of flowing back the other way right now. Dollar's up. I don't think the short duration's gonna matter much. A sexual one? Yes. All right. When are these guys gonna run my tip for a little that GME liquidity? Listen, you're not Ken Griffin, so no one's gonna rub your tip, Grim2. As much as I believe in the V, this is kind of looking like dog shit. Do you think we could get another leg down? We could, yeah. If they failed to support this level, we absolutely could. I don't think they'll fail to support it completely. Like, I still think they can get another There's enough upside call interest that they could dig out another bounce. That may fail, and then we could definitely get another leg down. But they're fighting awfully hard for 45.50. How low do you see this pullback going? Today, probably about here. We could end up lower into the end of the day, but that's going to be after some stuff happens. Yes, you said that earlier, Crunchy Pie. So the next big deal will be JPOW next week. Dot plot? No, the labor data this week is a big deal. Very big deal. Labor data is going to be essential to support the current bull case of rate cuts, right? If labor's weakening too fast, that takes the soft out of the landing. And if labor is too resilient, that means rate hikes are still very much on the table. So they've really got to thread the needle with the labor data this week. It's a tricky game. But yes, JPOW will be very important. The gold-only tour bus prepper, Gausa considers himself to be a constitutional lawyer, no degree, as well as a sovereign citizen. Talking to him is like talking to a cartoon character. That sounds like my neighbor down the hall. Last week he told me that he's figured out a way to subvert New York gun laws, and he's gonna try to fight his denial of a concealed carry in the court after he's appealed it twice. And frankly, I don't think he should really be in charge of a firearm, but good for him. Welcome to Cornichon and Crunchy. Do I need a job or stay unemployed? Which one crashes the market? I thought you quit working, Carl. Why are you applying for jobs after you quit working? Stop blowing up your portfolio. You're like, I'm going to quit and I'm going to trade full time. And now you're like, well, I need to get back to work, and it's been like 3 weeks. I love basing the economy's future on notoriously accurate labor data. My favorite part is the margin of error. You should make sure to be extra nice to that guy. He loves me, and I don't know why. Never once have I agreed with anything he's ever said. Your neighbor is the most American thing I've heard on this stream ever. He has a Trump, like a 3x3 foot Trump bumper, Trump 24 bumper sticker on the front door of his apartment. Did you tell him about Trump Freedom NFTs? No. I think he probably knew. He's been really excited about Bitcoin lately. He's gonna fight New York City gun laws. Yummy. He's not gonna win. What's up with the Jan 2024 600Cs on NVIDIA? Are they bought? I don't think so. Big IV increase on those contracts? Maybe. Maybe just IV scalping? It would make more sense if they were sold, though. He's long DWAG? I don't know. When short coin? Ooh. I've thought about that too. Not right now. That was a thing, Jason? Jimmy's clawing its way back up. It's doing good. That's Fubo. 3 failed tests. Fubo still doesn't look so hot. I wonder if Macy's is ever going to stop going up. Do you know which Pickles Pick talks about the FXY position? I don't think any of them do. FXY is pretty simple. Yen goes up, FXY goes up. At 4K, what's the best way to make $1 million in the next 90 minutes? 1 million. If you give 5,400.001 second hand jobs starting now, go. I'll take 10. I hate this shitty low volume middle of the day choppy price action. Dork, they're buying so many 45-50 calls. And they're selling so many puts, and volatility's still going up. Put me down for 3. That'll be $3 made payable to Navy Nuke. Or Brinky, sorry. Well, I want Palantir to go down. I want what's going on there to keep happening. That I like a lot. Hmm. You mean they're buying so many 50-55 bull call spreads? No. Oh, I'm in as well? Oh, okay. 10 to reverse everything, end the day at 4,600. That's a bit ambitious. But if we bounce, we could test 65. Depending on put capitulation. And by depending on, I mean if there is any. Those are weird lines. I'm going to delete those. I just want volume to come back. If SPX breaks up, what's the range? Right now it looks to be about 65. What do you think, Dork? 65? Or 60? 60 might be a harder resistance. Yeah, that's what I thought too. $2% back, use credit card, rinse, repeat. For what? Like Costco gold pieces? You check out JWN at all? Looks like it's bouncing and IV's pretty low. I don't buy stocks that Ryan Cohen owns. I owned JWN when he bought into it, and then I used his buy-in to sell everything I had. I wasn't gonna let him fuck me like he did on Bobby. Ryan Cohen owns GME. Yeah, but I haven't bought any GME. I haven't bought any GME since like last year. Like March of last year. Would you say guidance is the most important factor going into GME earnings? Or does a lot of it weigh on its EPS projections still? I feel like they haven't given us any as of late. They've never given us any guidance. Guidance would be awesome. We're not gonna get it. So yeah, it'll their revenues and EPS projections will be what matters. Yeah, we did all make a ton of money on BBBY, but it still had to go to $4 first. And then most people turned around and blew that money up immediately. Are ratio spreads a bad way to play earnings? No. No, they're not. They can actually be pretty advantageous. But you need a big move on them. RC gonna finally give you the big secret guidance he's been holding back for years? I don't care at this point. Okay, I bought a lot of Fubo with that money though. Well, as long as you didn't buy it above $5. Forward guidance will be getting buckled down. What does that even mean? If that money didn't want to be immediately blown up, it shouldn't have wandered its way into the pickle jar. can confirm I put all my Bobby profits into Revlon. Yeah. People really loved Revlon. It didn't seem to matter how many times I said this company can go bankrupt and you'll lose everything. Revlon was the best time ever. It was exciting. I'll give it that. I put all my CERN money into Revlon and all my Rev money into UVXY calls. The problem with Revlon is they just delisted it, even though it met all of the requirements. Yeah, that was kind of bullshit, but as we found out later, that was just encouraged by management, right? Because they wanted to take the company private. That loophole is the most, I think maybe the most actually corrupt thing in finance. Being able to just fuck your shareholders, claim bankruptcy, take your company private, get new funding, and then go public again. Fuck that. That needs to be closed. Yeah, it is fraud. The problem is because you said Revlon's a terrible idea and you could lose all your money. Winky face. There was no winky face. When put capitulation? So far, none. They're trying. We got a few more 55 calls coming in now. This is sloppy. Had 20% gains before RC rug pulled me. Yeah. I'm very glad I got out of Bobby when I did. I wish more people had listened instead of doing what they're doing now, which is frankly embarrassing. That community really went off the deep end. I want to get another entry into put soon. I'm learning, but I'm still a bit tarded. Okay. Maybe look for a better entry that's not just directly at resistance. I sold Bobby in after hours. I sold my shares in after hours, but I still had like fucking, what was it, like 150 covered calls open that I had to wait to sell till the next day. The NOLs, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't pay attention to anything the people from BBYRQ say. They're all idiots. The moment the news broke out that RC sold, I instantly sold whatever I had left. Yeah. Debt service costs and delinquencies are slowly rising. Should this be of any great concern? Absolutely. Yeah, increased delinquencies, especially if delinquencies move from credit card debt into like personal loans and automotive debt. Don't forget my dramatic 5-click, 5-second entry from a 10K Bobby position. It was actually kind of exciting. I remember that. With the company bankrupt, stock delisted, and equity destroyed, isn't that the most ideal circumstance for a BBBY MOASS? Put Gork Butterfly. Even if another company is born from the ashes, they're not gonna own any of it. My 15 in the money calls never got assigned. Yeah, that's what happened to me too. I had in the money calls and they never got assigned. What high risk biopharmaceutical should I throw 100K at? I'm strictly looking for your financial advice. Yes, I realize high risk biopharmaceutical is redundant. I don't even know the names of the companies. Is it too late to get into Beyond? I fell asleep. IV crushed a little bit. I mean, it's not terrible. SPX ups don't look very stable. They're still trying to build call interest. But they're not. Yeah. Yeah, this could absolutely fail. It's taking like way too long for them to reverse the momentum. They liquidated them, Bob. John Boof, have you tried just like looking at WeBull's like intraday runners? Usually one of those is a bio stock. Not rich enough to become a pigeon whale yet, but also not poor enough. But also not poor enough to not all over Bobby holders. True middle classman, if you will. Nice, Tyler. Here's to another month of making money. Thanks again for all you do. You got it, Ralph. Congratulations, man. Hmm. 5 million in covering this morning. I wonder if they're just gonna cover reg show delinquencies every single day. Oh, that could be really boring. I might need more theta. What's the actual butterfly? I have no idea. There's like some fucking spin-off company. All they do is sit around reading legal documents they don't understand. Heads up to you cat owners. Some doctor has developed a new vaccine to help with kidney function in the later years of a cat's life, potentially doubling their lifespan. Does anyone know the company? No. Spencer Martindale, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added. If your equity was destroyed and the company went on to be successful, you have an obligation to shoplift that company's merchandise until you were made whole. Fucking Ben's house is just full of stolen Revlon merch. Reading legal documents they don't understand sounds like my job. I'm surprised you haven't gone and picked fights with them yet. That seems like the exact kind of crowd that you hate more than anything. Gork, or as they all call you over on SS, Mr. Shilly Shillerson, here's to 25 months of making money with the cubed roll of food. Thanks, C-Mill. How you doing, man? You back in it? Big Kitty dialysis in shambles. I am allergic to cats. Not cool. Unliked. I don't actually know who you're talking about, to be honest. One, I just got here. Two, I rarely listen to you even when I am here. That's fair. We were discussing the Bobby people whose equity was destroyed, but they've like gone on to pretend like something's gonna happen, and they're gonna get their equity back, and they've built an entire community around this one. The idea that Carl Icahn and Ryan Cohen are starting another company that's gonna merge with GME, and then return all of their equity to them. There's thousands of them. It's insane. They've somehow figured out how to speculate on the financial markets without owning any actual stock. Like they have no exposure, but they're bullish. What's insane about that? I'm standing outside Perlman's house. Go for the art first, Ben. I've hired a team of securities lawyers that are reading all of the documents, telling me that I will be the world's first trillionaire. Nice. So RSS meets QAnon? Yeah, yeah. What do you mean they own so much Bobby? MOASS tomorrow? They're paper trading and they don't even know it. Can cuts extend beyond 1 quarter? Absolutely, says Saudi energy minister. They absolutely will. Are Ron Perlman's lights on? I don't know. You ask Ben. He's outside his house right now. My question about that is if they were actually correct, why would Icahn just give them free equity? Because they deserve it and the shorts are fucked, man. Duh. I'm at the daughter's house. I'm big mad. Be honest, you're just there on a date, aren't you? I honestly think it's like 100 special people, and the rest is bots and 4chan. There's more than 100. How confident are you that you would see GME before you die? GME's not going to go out of business as long as there's a return on short-term treasuries. Date with her husband? Oh, okay. That's the way to stick it to him. Literally and figuratively. We'll be having our inaugural IRNTQ holders meeting next week, 12/11 at 7 p.m. in the Union Hall. In order to discuss our next step as shareholders, light refreshments will be served. Bringing interested friend. Oh, and Gaff, your favorite guy, Pulte, is fully backing all of their nonsense. But legally staying separated from them. My BBBY ADCs finna prompt? No. No, they're not Popcorn Trader. They did print when the stock ran. Before it was delisted. So Bobby holders are assuming there's a ledger being kept of their past holdings. I mean, there is, but that doesn't mean they're coming back. Are you gonna roll your 10C beyond calls? Probably not, but I might buy more calls tomorrow or the next day. Well, I gotta see how this shakes out still. Teddy is the ledger. Palantir's, yeah, Palantir's been going down all day. It's getting wrecked. Can you show us the liquidity update for Beyond? It hasn't changed much since this morning. It's still crossed over, but volume's died off quite a bit. So I'd imagine if volume picks back up, then we'll see more upside. Gaff, you want to see something fun? You'll fucking love this. I'm gonna DM it to you. Difficult question. Who are more delusional, AMC or BBYRQ? AMC shareholders still have stock in the company they own. It might be diluted, but they still have an ownership stake. I got permabanned from RSS a couple weeks ago for saying RC is doing nothing. I appreciate your honesty and lack of being a shill, despite you also being a shill. I love you, Dad. Can we get an early Xmas song? AMC is a dud. Nice try, Jeff. Could this slow grind back to 45.75? That's pretty unlikely right now. He's an absolute narcissist. Whatever gets some more interweb morons on their knees in front of him so he can be a champion of the people while ignoring his... Could you please share your thoughts on Siri? Thank you. I made some quick cash on Beyond this morning. Thanks to the Pickle Spike. No problem, Drive. Siri still kind of looks like shit. Yeah. I still think 45.60-ish is the top of this bounce. Yeah. It could hit 65, but it's less likely than a test of 60. And if they take a lot longer to do it, they're just going to fail to bounce it any further at all, which is kind of pathetic. Maybe we see a little bit more volume in like 10, 15 minutes. I keep getting ads interrupting the stream, and you don't read my comments anymore. Are you trying to discourage me from participating in the financial markets? I would never do such a thing, Maeve. You didn't tag me in any comments. 2 years, holy shit. I can't thank you enough. Thanks, Adopted by the Dans. I learned so much in this time. Here's to another 2 years. Hopefully I can keep my port from death. Well, if it hasn't died yet, you're doing pretty good. Did the auction come out? Nothing happened. Figures. I mean, it was just the 3 and the 6th. If that auction had printed a tail, we'd be fucked. That's not gonna happen. Right? Like, I don't think there was any chance of that occurring. Pee pee poo poo. Thank you, J Fresh. The Bulls have a shame kink, and we get a big green Peter when you call them pathetic. They are pathetic. Too much of drug lipoproteins from blood levels of lipoproteins. Ooh. I didn't think I had to tag you. I thought you loved me. Of course you have to tag me. Otherwise, your fucking comment doesn't show up. Also, I'm on top chat, so like 50% of the comments get deleted anyway. Ugh. I guess it's time to set a stop. What's up, Dork? Can I throw my Carvana lotto play theory at you? Okay. I can't promise I'll be nice, but go for it. This awesome comment won't even be seen by you. Lame. That's not accurate. Are you or would you hold contracts until after earnings Wednesday or sell before? What's your thoughts on them tanking it down again? I think most of the liquidity that needs to be realized on GME has been realized. I still think there's a small chance that we see another test of Gamma Max sometime today. But beyond that, I don't have a lot of faith moving forward that it's going to continue up. Obviously, earnings could change that, but you know, we're not there yet. So either they're going to short it into earnings, or they're going to keep a lot of liquidity on the sidelines to short the fuck out of it post earnings. If they break 60, they're getting to 65. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I love YouTube. It's the greatest. I want to buy their subscription and still watch ads. Okay, now I should be permanently in top chat. Are you a YouTube premium member now? Would you consider a SPX 4510 put for end of week to be anything more than a lottery ticket? SPX 4510 put for end of week. That's that's kind of a lottery ticket. There's a lot of really key resistances that we have to break down before that's realized, and we're still stuck at 4550, right? Like 25 still has to break down the collar. You have to drop below the collar. Don't get me wrong, it could happen on bad jobs data, but it's risky to pick one up. Am I the sudden action on this? What did I miss in the FTD report? Virtually nothing until 1023, then slammed. Oh, never mind. Looked at historicals. It's being shorted into the ground. Yay, equity. What? Oh, on the thing I sent you? Yeah, it is. It's definitely being shorted into the ground. Maybe a little too much, right? Wouldn't Beyond a channel? Never. I'm only 38. It isn't fair. What isn't? Being 38? Took me a year to stop being cheap and get a billionaire. No way I'm buying a YouTube subscription. That'd be like paying for porn. Might be worse than paying for porn. One of my buddies is staying at my place right now because his girlfriend found out how much money he was spending on OnlyFans. How much? Like $25,000 a month? Why the fuck would you spend money on OnlyFans? I don't know. Holy simp. I gave him a lot of shit yesterday. And that's how I afford Pigeon Whale. $25K a month, better spent on zero DTEs, right? Is your friend actually mentally debilitated? I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him. He's at 25K a month and he's asleep on your couch. Can he rent an apartment? He's looking for one. It sounds like you got the right guy in the right place to start your OnlyFans day trading channel. Make sure he never gets on your computer. No, he's at work right now. Was this statement garbage? Here's Spy game. They have max put side OI, which they're selling now. Call side OI is 463. They'll bring the price to the 460 level. Now I hope the picture is clear. What? No, that didn't work. Is there all 25K on the same thought? Yep, all on the same one. He thinks she loves him. He wants to go visit her in Florida next week. I told him if he wanted to give me 25K a month, I'd fucking love him too. From a distance, right? If you get into a joint venture and have him leverage 25K a month to kickstart your OnlyFans empire at Granny's, ooh, interesting. I'm still really fleshing out the idea for the E whorehouse. I haven't quite figured out how I want to do it. Why must you tell everyone my life story today? You brought it up, Ben. I'll go visit him in Florida for 25K. Only librarians, yeah. Oh fuck! I didn't get stopped out. No, not the same as only librarians at all, Jen. It's more of a broad market focus as opposed to specific librarian shishing kinks, right? Now, the money's really good in the librarian shishing, but we did want to cater to a larger crowd as well. I don't know what the fuck he spent $25,000 a month on. I didn't ask him. What a perfect call entry / setup. You're welcome. My buddy had a guy that would pay him handsomely to pretend to crush stuff with his feet, so there's always that avenue to explore. I could just do that myself, though, right? Like, I can just get some cream corn and pour it out on my floor, stomp around in it, paint my toenails. Saying, I really need to start exploiting my body. The Dans have been doing it this whole time. It's like no one's learned anything from them at all. Is this fucking option ever gonna stop going up? It's ridiculous. Clipped. This channel's falling apart. No, it's finally getting together. You know, this started off as a beauty channel. You weren't here for it, but yeah, it's a true story. No, NVIDIA Play is canceled. Fell below gamma neutral this morning. Before market open. So that red fucking line on the chart, Bob? What's the best dating app? Or should I just use them all to increase my chances? I mean, the second, but it really depends what you're into. Like, if you're into some freaky shit, Hinge. If you're not into freaky shit, Tinder. If you're gay, Grinder. For both regular and freaky shit. What if you hate everyone and never want attention ever again? Get married and move to the Midwest. FetLife is where it's at. Yeah, if you want to hook up with like a 45-year-old Dom couple and live in a cage. Where in the freak meter does Facebook dating fall? At the very bottom. Tell my grandma I said hi. If you're born to plow, Farmer Connect. As a married man who lives in the Midwest, I actually can't disagree with you. My friend's Latino, and he said they have one called Chispa. What's it? Wait, hold on. Let me write that down. That's CHISPA. Nice. It's downloading right now. My wife and I met at an orgy. Were you the towel boy? I'm sorry. That was mean. Just got on the stream and y'all already talking about homosexuals, grinder. Guys, it's not even 12 p.m. Grow up, Verax. It's midnight somewhere. I was door dashing and just dropping off some Taco Bell. When pickle dating thread to match with local Cornichons? No. Do you like Beyond, Top, or GME more this afternoon? Well, GME's moving nicely towards Gamma Max right now. Top got shat on at $9, but it seems to be holding its own. Or Beyond. Top has not bounced back up again, but that seems to be distinctly due to low volume. Consolidate here, then back to 50. Maybe if there's some call side profit. There is already a little bit of call side profit taking, but not a lot. So we could stay stuck to this range for a little while. If we move up to 65, we can end up there for the rest of the day. Where's Smooth when you need him? The pickle jar ratio is hella skewed. That's kurtosis, Carl. Puts and calls in the money. I'm gonna go do affirmations in the mirror. Wouldn't GME rug pull after a test Gamma Max, I'd imagine? Or it breaks above Gamma Max. What's the best manual performance vehicle under 4K? A 1989 Toyota pickup truck. I was tempted to comment after FetLife was mentioned, but I'm chilling. Is this them slowly covering or volume due to earnings? Please let us know your thoughts. They're covering. There's covering going on. There's still a little bit left. It's just after today, I don't think there's going to be much. Do you think IWM makes its move to 190 this week, or has the upside run its course? No, there's still room for it to move up. With indexes broadly down today, it's going to be a little rough, but they could recover tomorrow, depending on the labor, like the ISM data. However, if ISM data is bad, then no. We're gonna eat some cottage cheese with hot sauce. Ew. Yaris. Say I learned that the reason Best Buy is still in business is because Geek Squad keeps them afloat. That's because everyone spends $250 extra for every item they buy in order to have that item serviced, and then they never take advantage of the service of that item. They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna totally spill shit on my laptop, and then they spill shit on their laptop like 2 years later, and they're like, I guess I'll just get a new laptop. Really enjoy focusing on small contracts on my cash account. I made 140 on SPY downside this morning. Pre-market low, I grabbed a call. Just stopped out at 20% gain. Nice. I'm cutting an SOS video on how not to pay a cent over MSRP on a new car. Just tell them exactly that. I thought I changed my limit order, but I didn't. It looks like I'm getting that GFV today. So, Dork, you want to know a secret? On Friday, I got five. I sold 5 contracts that should have been GFVs, and I only got one GFV. Is Fubo gonna squeeze? It's not very likely. I hope they only give me 1/5 of a GFV. GME grandma experience. The biggest ball cake is I'm expecting a stop at a loss. Is BTC on its way to 50K? Surprised it's been so bullish. It's on its way up until BlackRock turns it into an equity in a month. When used car prices fall off a cliff, they have been. Are you on that Latino dating site? None of your business. There's the 65 test. It's time to stop trading for the day? No, not necessarily. Was there anything that caused the direction and reversal today? Or just stocks doing stock things? I think some of the pullback this morning was largely due to the big spike in gold and people freaking out a bit. It's Chispa, not Chipsa. It's Leviosa. Eros is a good dating site? I've never heard of it. Was that in the US? I'm starting a trend, Gherk. Check the SPX channel. Oh, nice. Those are awesome. Send me a link. How do you feel about chess pie? It's mediocre. They only have extra small left. I had to get the New Year's Eve ones. Oh. We got SS in here. The top is in. Where are they? I didn't see them. Still hasn't hit Gamma Max. Should I cut my floating straddle call here? It's 7 DT or hold in case of a bounce. It's up to you. Did many puts capitulate? No, not a lot. However, there is still call buying. A little bit less of it, but it's ongoing. And they haven't stopped shorting VIX. I'd say based on positioning, we're pretty close to the top of this trend. Unless something shifts dramatically, which I don't think is going to happen. That's like cutting open a Hot Pocket like a book to add seasoning and other toppings. Okay. Well, I mean, I like where your head's at. You can use all your math and whatnot, but SS is in here and the top is in. No, they don't want to short vol until they break GM, right? Don't get catfish by the FetLife, dude. And Chispa. How are you feeling about DVN going into 24, 25? Did they stop paying a 6% dividend? Let me check. Nope. Nope, still paying a 6% dividend. I feel great about it. See, the beauty of those is I don't care if they grow. If they grow, it's just a bonus. If this isn't the top, I'm gonna be a sad popcorn. I'll prepare myself. Use a turkey baster to inject a blended goop of extras. This keeps the shell intact while adding to size. You're really just gonna get girth though, not length. Just make an empanada at that point. Or a calzone. Not super sad, but like a little sad. Okay. Well, I think a bounce back to the 65 range here isn't wholly unhealthy. We had a pretty big drop today, so I was having so much fun with the downs. I know, I hear you. On Fidelity's options ticker for TEP, there's a note stating deficient and delinquent. Yeah, so they didn't file like their last earnings report. It's not like a big deal or anything, right? I'm not buying the fucking company. It's not like I'm an activist investor. I just bought some options on it. Did you run out of trades for the day? No. I could theoretically take more. Bet we go back down in the latter half of the day. Possible. Yeah, there's still a lot of put interest at like 60, 55, 50. But we could get hung up here, so be careful trying to play. Unless we start to swing into some downside momentum, be careful trying to play. Like, don't just assume this is going to peak and drop. This could very well just get stuck here at like 60, 65. I am out of trades for the day on the other account. I just don't have any trades until Monday. What's Palantir doing? Haha. Nice. Russell's up 71 BPS today. Hmm. Gamma Max is at 1720. Is covering on it done? Volume fell off. I don't think covering on it's done, though. Can you imagine if I bought Netflix this morning when I asked? Oof, avoided. Well, you wouldn't have, right? Because you would have totally waited for the breakdown of 450 before confirming another entry. What time is the data tomorrow morning? Let's see. I think 10? Yeah, S&P Composite is going to be 9:45. Then ISM and Jolts are at 10. The RCM Tip Economic Optimism Index is at 10. Then we got a 42-day bill auction, and then that's it. So the only thing in the pre-market's Red Book. We got EU PPI also, which is expected to decline month over month and rise year over year. So that might have some effect on dollar, like on Dixie, but that's probably about it. The 45.65 rejection open up the downside again. It could if we fall back below 60. Yeah. Redbook is that magazine that was always in the salon when I went with my mom as a kid. Well, kind of, yeah. Glorp, they shorted VIX. They've been shorting VIX for hours. Like three straight hours. It's still above 13 though, right? It's kind of nice. It takes me a while. I bought one 12.8 17p on Palantir and cancel it tomorrow. Am I doing this right? You might not have enough theta, but maybe you do. D ends at like 16, so you might catch like $1 of the move there. I don't know if it'll fall below DN this week. I have 15s for Jan. And then credit spreads. Bunch of credit spreads. Consolidation on these is getting annoying. Let me see. They fucking out of liquidity yet or what? Hmm. Getting close. Yeah, Jamie's not really slowing down much. I mean, I guess the ETF covering is, but the underlying's still moving. Ugh. Fucking Dole moved up again today? God damn it. Amazon's starting to look like a fun short. It says AMD. Not so much. Are Microsoft puts print yet? Ooh, nice. How's Tesla not just falling? They missed super bad in China. There's really strong support at like 230. But if it breaks down below that, free fall. So. Are you gonna sell some GMECCs today? Since it seems like the run might end today. Or wait for earnings in 2 days to sell some more. Let's see how high we get. I don't get excited about Tesla until it hits 150. Alright. And NQ is still down bad. RSP is down. I'd like to see yields keep moving up. 10 years up 200 BPS today. 5 years up 281. Ooh, that's getting close. I don't get excited about Tesla until it hits $229.99. Yeah, same. I just keep scalping the Apple move from 191.50 to 187.50, rinse and repeat. All right, it's sounds time intensive. GME $20 on the table this week. If they beat on earnings, it's possible. Beyond situation, it's not a lot going on right now. Volume's pretty low. It's definitely getting shorted into the midday. I think Top and Fubo are also. What GME strikes do you think are the best to scalp with CCs and buy back before earnings? I sold a 20. Okay, that could work. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably just sell them like at the money or in the money if I was going to do that. But don't forget that IV is going to increase as earnings gets closer. So that'll work against like your premiums. Green candles are being relentless again. I wouldn't say they're being relentless. They're just there. Wouldn't SPY down? Maybe later. Maybe not at all. There's probably about a 50% chance we just get stuck here. Win nap and sleep stream? Fuck. That sounds awesome. Ooh, 70? Are you going to hold beyond 10 Cs overnight at this juncture? I'm not sure. Maybe. I think volatility will pick up on both of them into the latter half of the day. So I'm just kind of waiting it out. It's noon, so I don't really expect a lot of price action right now. Yes, sleep stream. I do it, but the idea of like all of you guys watching me sleep sounds pervy. 50% chance we get stuck here. SCX instant $10 candle clown market. It wasn't $10, it was 4. It was it was 3 and then 1. That's the point, Gherk. The thing is, you'll be asleep, so you can't watch us watch you. How am I gonna film it? I don't have a camera in my bedroom. Well, like, not an internet one. You fell asleep on the stream once. Did I? I don't think so. I think you guys just thought I was sleeping because we were in the middle of like a boring Fed meeting. Multiple times. Wait a minute. I don't have a camera in my room. Well, not an internet one. What's that mean? Nothing. You were messed up on cold medicine? Oh, yeah, that's possible. Speaking of getting messed up on cold medicine, Give me 1 second. We'll be right back. Did I miss anything? Oh, look, we went back up again. How fun. Oh, God. If we get stuck here, I'm going to be pissed. So you see those two big piles of puts? That's 65 and 70. Gross. I can't do another week of this. Please make it move. We had a good breakdown today so far. Oh, hey, look, top broke above VWAP. I'm starting to think that these positions might be a little bit volatility exposed. They seem to react more to VIX going up than the market. Are 65 and 70 puts sold? I don't think so. Interesting. Yeah, it's crossover day +2 now, Dork. Which is really weird. I've seen the video's massive 0.9 bip divvy. No. I've now seen 8 ads today. I'm not complaining. I just hope you're seeing a bit of a cut from that. I don't know. I have ads turned off since they started their campaign of showing more ads. So I'm probably not. But I'm afraid if I turn it on, you'll just get twice as many ads. Gina has me feeling all kinds of weird this time. Never had such mixed feelings. What kind of feelings are you having? Turn it on. Let's test it out. Okay, hold on. All right. Content creators make more money from people who subscribe to YouTube. I mean, I don't make money from either one very much. it's it's a good thing I have a day job. If your buddy pays you 25K a month, will you manage his port? Fuck yeah. For that much money, I might even get him like good returns. Wait, what's your day job? Centaur-based Twitter finfluencer. I got a Chispa ad. See, it's already starting. All right, there's no one left in chat because everyone's in the middle of watching ads now. I have YouTube Premium. I just got an ad for Latin focused dating app. Lord Gorkletort, I would like to request a breakdown. Noted. Full disclosure, I'm not long, but I wanted to swing. Made some profits. I should be happy. Instead, I feel odd. Resisting buying more, but it feels bad. First earnings, I'm actually really confused. What are you confused about? Jimmy's done exactly what we said it would do for the last 5 days. That's perfect. Which OnlyFans models would you put in his port? Cheaper ones. Is this an experiment to see if we have Latino representation in the ads? Well, we don't have it at the Fed, now do we, Yaga? Why the fuck is nobody liking the stream? Like the stream, people. Go on, you can do it. Get over, click the little like buttons. Give me, don't take one away, you prick. Does Beyond usually hit Gamma Max? Or are there just too many shorts piled up and I could go anywhere? No, it doesn't usually hit Gamma Max. And Gamma Max is at 70. So the chances of it hitting Gamma Max are basically zero. It's a piece of shit company that's being shorted out of existence. Now it's not experiencing a repeat of events leading up to a baby MOASS sahib. You want another like? Make yields go down again? Did you see Jade Rollers were on sale today? No? Did you buy one? Okay, new business plan. Create a hedge fund that only manages OnlyFans models ports. Okay. I like where your head's at. Gamma Max is at 70 fucking dollars. Yeah. What's Gamma Max on top? Like $1.80? You don't need a hedge fund to do that. It's true. Yeah. Do I get a 0 TTE for every heart I click? If you buy one. How do you feel about Upstart Jan puts? Actually, last time I shorted Upstart, it worked out really, really well. I don't know about puts though. I think this time I'll sell in the money debit spreads, credit spreads. It sounds way more fun, less risk. Please, Pi-Fi, what caused last week's spike? Was someone covering on GME? XRT coming off reg show. Is this volume covering or just covering? It's well, the volume that we have remaining is like the market makers like Gamma and Balance, right? I'd like to re-request a breakdown. I don't think my prior request went through. Oh no, it went through. It's just might be a while. How high can SPX get here? Like 70? What if Jimmy opens up a food court at all locations, similar to Costco? If they did anything to generate another revenue stream, I'd be bullish on it. Just forget the membership, sell the hot dogs for $1.75, you know? GME tips crossed over. They're kind of finishing up. Oh, actual death. Sorry. What are your feelings about falafel? It depends on the falafel. Some of them are amazing. Some of them taste like dirt. That's a lie. You wouldn't be bullish if they started selling pet food out of them. It's a bigger market than physical media. Take the membership, marry the hot dog. NFT hot dogs only $1.49, cheaper than Costco. Crossover day was 2 days ago. Today's crossover day T+2. That has nothing to do with GME though. How about GME options exercise from last week and the money? Will we see pressure from that realized either today or tomorrow? If it was you, would you pull your GME contracts today, Tuesday, or Wednesday? They run out on the 15th of December. Like calls? I mean, I already closed my calls on GME. Some of them are falafel. Fuck you, dork. All right. Good morning, John. How you doing, man? 45.65p soon? No. That doesn't seem like it'll be that great just yet. Trader Joe's recall their falafel because of rocks and bugs in them. Is this another ascending triangle? Technically, yeah, it still is. It's not a great one, and it looks like it failed, but I guess I could try again. Palantir consolidation about done. Another leg down. Dude, Palantir's down 8% today. What the fuck do you want? Do you think it's just gonna barrel into the core of the earth? When we were on vacation, everybody in Paris swore we should go to this falafel place. The worst? Collective delusion. There's a few places in the city that have like really good falafel, and they're fresh and they're like green on the inside and they taste amazing. And then there's other places where they're like brown and like hard, like rocks. French people only have good taste when it comes to French food. French IPAs, literal ass water. Why would you drink beer from France? That's the collective food delusion of New York City. Anybody who thinks that we have good Mexican food, we don't. Even the best, like the most expensive, nicest Mexican restaurants here, awful. Come visit me. We'll eat a quesadilla together. Your Mexican food comes from Taco Bell, dork. Breakdown 45.65, please. We're not there yet. I heard New York City has some decent taco trucks. It's gotten a little bit better, but not much. Nothing compared to Southern California. It's a fucking joke. Or Texas. I also eat really good Mexican food. That's my American traditional stop. It's too hard to get fresh Southern produce in New York City. I love New England and living up here, but we'll never match a basic public sandwich just because our produce will never be fresh. It's got a lot, like, produce has got a lot worse since the pandemic. There was a show where they cooked Mexican food, high-end restaurant, and the dish was mosquito eggs or larvae. Gross. First ad since you turned it on. Okay. I just got hit with an ad. So it seems to be just the same amount of ads, whether it's on or off. It's ant larva, and it's incredible. You know what's really good? Hotlacoche. Hotlacoche? It's like corn mushrooms. They're delicious. Hotla. Hotlacoche? I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. No, not the fermented corn. That's nixtamalization. That's different. Hotlacoche? Yeah, it is fucking delicious. Would you grab calls on IWM or think I could reject hard around here? I probably won't fuck with it. It's called moldy corn. No. They're like mushroom pop rocks. They're amazing. Best Mexican food I've ever had was out in the hop fields of Yakima, Washington. Immigrant families making meals for the crews. Some at home kind of love in those plates. The best tacos I've ever had was at this fucking party in LA. This dude just showed up with like a griddle and started dumping like bags of meat onto the and then there were tacos and they were the best fucking tacos I've ever had in my life. And I asked everybody at the party who he was and no one knew. He had a cowboy hat and he was like 90 years old. If anybody knows him, DM me. Ergot bread. Produce was troubling before the pandemic. Now it's downright suspicious. Honestly, the one thing that was indisputably respected about living down south is the quality of the produce. I buy most of my produce at Costco because of that. It tends to stay fresher a little longer, just because their shipping is more efficient than a lot of the grocery stores. That's 80% of rural Mexico. I know. I know. Washington has a few decent Mexican food spots. I'll look for Manchispa. Nice. Costco produce is the worst. Eh, not here. It goes bad so quick. It's better here than a lot of grocery stores. And like the higher end grocery stores will have fresher produce sometimes, but not always. Ever since they started like opening up like the supply chains more during the pandemic and like catering to like local farmers, you just get a bunch of rotten shit that's not treated with nitrogen. So the produce just goes bad like 3 days after you bring it home, 2 days after you bring it home. GME done? It's still got a little bit of room, but it could be. I mean, it's getting close to being done. I'm not Mexican. One of the better reasons to live in California is that the produce is from 60 miles away. Yeah, California always had really fresh produce. I don't know if the food at my favorite is any good at my favorite Mexican restaurant. I'm usually down half a pitcher of margaritas by the time it comes out. Didn't you mention that the shorts on Upstart might continue to cover in the case of bullish rate cuts? Also, that Upstart usually goes way above GM. No, Upstart can go above GM because it's so illiquid, and it has, right? It is currently above Gamma Max, but I don't think that the shorts on it are going to be encouraged to cover at these prices. Most of the shorts, like so, before the last time it squeezed, there was a shitload of shorts below $20, right? So once it started breaking out above 20, they started getting squeezed out. This time, most of the shorts are in at like 70, 60, 50. Um, they're pretty far from getting squeezed out right now. So the short positioning shifted and averaged higher. And also Upstart got added to more ETFs after its big run. So its ETF liquidity is better than it was previously. Not that it can't keep moving, but it's very, very risky to play it when it's already above Gamma Max. If you weren't already in it, I wouldn't suggest chasing it. But obviously, that's up to you. Can SPX push up further? Yeah. Would this be a good time to sell bear call spreads? No, I think it's risky until you have some sign of distribution at least, which it hasn't yet, right? Like the rate at which the price is going up is starting to slow down, but we're not seeing it like flatten out. If we see it flatten out at 70 and start to distribute out, then maybe it's worth it to sell bear spreads. Right now, I would say it's too early. $70 gonna be the top? It could be. There's a little bit of call interest building at 75, but not much. That might be sold too. Top and Beyond done? No, I don't think so. They barely just started covering on both of them. Like Top hasn't even crossed over yet. Beyond just started crossing over this morning. I think both of them have a ways to go before all the liquidity is realized on them. The one thing about them that could be bad is they're not ready to cover yet, and they're just getting pressured by Russell. But if Russell continues to pressure them, then yeah, they can keep going up. Any reason for the drop this morning, or just profit taking? No, I mean profit taking was part of it, right? That obviously accelerated it, but I think people got pretty spooked by the spike in gold. That's a big red flag. I mean, even now, like after we've recovered a bit and stuff, the effects of that spike in gold are still being felt, right? Like BTC's up, Dixie's up. Um, yields are up across the board. Too late to enter beyond, or is it chasey at this point? I don't think it's that chasey. IV kind of pared down from this morning. It's risky. It's super risky. I mean, all these fucking meme stocks are, right? But if you don't over leverage them, then they can be very good risk to reward ratios. So gold only goes up a lot because of one thing. Banks buying it, right? And if banks are buying gold, it's because they're afraid of currency pairs. So they're using it to hedge currency positions. Like boomers buying gold doesn't drive the price of gold very much. So when you see big moves in gold, that usually means that banks are afraid of something. What currency are they concerned about? Could be the dollar. Probably the dollar. Might be yen. But I would say more concerned with the relationship between the dollar and yen than just yen itself. I mean, top calls are still pretty cheap. They're up a little bit, but just because of the IV spike. Why would they be concerned about the dollar? It's still worth a dollar. Well, it'll always be worth a dollar. Ever watch a ranch hand peeing in a crate of produce in Malibu? I have. No. Did you let him know you were watching? You gotta give him the... Was it a busy intersection? It was hilarious. The best tacos I've ever had were in a tiny little shop in Lampazos de Naranjo. Also, just got an unskippable ad. How are the ads? Are they worse? Are they better? I'm gonna turn them back off again. Worse? My ad block says the same. I missed it. What's up with top? I don't know. Might run. Shitty meme stocks. None for me because I have an ad blocker. Yeah, that's usually how that works. The dollar stopped being a dollar in 1976. No, it didn't. Fucking pinning your currency to gold was stupid anyway. Anything expected out of GME earnings? I think that they could beat on EPS, but they'll still miss on revenues. Are you taking a position? I don't know. What would be the end of the week price target? I'm a poor. I mean, it's still like even if earnings is amazing, it's still like Gamma Max plus 10 to 15%. That doesn't really change. Thank you, Bilbo Bagholder. They should pin the dollar to Cardano. Ew. Anyone got any mutual fund recommendations? I think you might be in the wrong place. They should pin the tail risk on the donkey. Oh, popcorn trader. You fucking weirdo. Best tacos I've ever had was in Mexico. It was a Mexican grandmother had a taco cart with a big ball of cornmeal dough, and she would grab a handful of it and press it into a tortilla before grilling. That sounds amazing. What are we looking at for potential bull fuel this week? Perfect outcomes on all the labor data. And no contraction in the services sector. Do you have any mutual fund put recommendations? No. What's gonna be 40 end of the week? He's talking about GME, but that's very unlikely. Can you determine the bearishness of Palantir in the near term? I mean, it looks like shit, right? It's down like 8% today. It can keep dropping. I wouldn't buy puts on it, short dated puts on it, but that's up to you. $40, not really likely. It was the understatement of the week. Mechanically, probably impossible, but I mean, I guess Gamma Max can always move. I'll sell you a $40 call option at $1. But I've been selling Apple debit spreads all along. I've sold so many of them, yeah. Best tacos I ever had were these crunchy Midwestern ground beef lettuce cheese tacos that were $1.50. Three tacos at this bar that had good salsa. They were not good tacos, but you can get a dozen for $6. Those are called tacos, Dave. Those aren't those aren't taco. Taco. Yeah. Sup will be what Rev wasn't. Well, only because they haven't filed bankruptcy yet. Put entry smart if you think we're gonna chop around the 60s. Here's my problem with buying a put here. We could just stay here for the rest of the day. So unless you can confirm a breakdown of 60 or 65, it's pretty risky. The cold medicines are working. They're not. I'm just getting chills now. I don't think I've been to bar taco. Duck tacos from there are killer, but they aren't really traditional. Are you sick again? No, I'm just still sick. It hasn't like gone away. It just keeps fluctuating between really bad and fine. There's one in Port Chester, aka the Midwest. How's there a port in the Midwest? Let's say yen pegging happens on December 18th. Does Fixie open at 100 or something crazy? If yen pegged to the dollar, Fixie would open at like 130. Yeah, my doctor said that something like this has just been going around. That's just like a shitty cold that doesn't go away. He said a bunch of people have had it. Oh, I definitely have a fever. No, I'm not buying any shares of Top. Gross. Dude, COVID is not like a shitty cold. COVID fucking sucked. COVID was like getting run over by a truck. Quick question regarding Devian. Huge drop in nat gas, but Devian's price has stayed stable. Is that a good sign? Well, the exposure for Devian is mixed, right? That's why I bought them, because they have exposure to both, but it's stabilized by their exposure to oil. I think nat gas might actually do pretty well over the next few months. I'm thinking about picking up some more nat gas exposure, some more direct nat gas exposure. COVID was like having H1N1, but for a week. Yeah, that was fucking awful. Fuck that. Trading with a fever. Keith Richards can only dream of that kind of action. Yeah, I didn't lose my sense of like taste or smell. I lost 20 pounds when I had COVID, and I couldn't walk to the street corner without having to stop. When I had to run a marathon 3 weeks prior, I got lucky, because by the time I got it so late in the cycle that they had the antivirals and stuff for it, and so they gave me the antivirals like right away, and it was still fucking awful. I was like out in my car when it like first hit me, and it was, yeah, that was not fucking fun. I got it early summer of 2020. Ouch. I've had that cold for 6 weeks. It's the most ridiculous cold ever. Good news is I haven't felt bad or had a fever for 4 weeks, just a lingering cough. So that's how it started. I had like a lingering cough, and then you guys remember I got like all hoarse and I couldn't talk for a few days. And then now it's got like a fever and like I don't know, like sinusitis or something. It's fucking terrible. Food poisoning's the worst. I think RSV is worse than COVID. Yeah, it might be. Fortunately, I don't think I have that. Yeah, that's what happened to me. Like there was like I knew I was getting sick when I first got COVID, but like yeah, I went out in my car to go to the pharmacy after I tested positive. to get the antivirals, and I was on my way home from the pharmacy, and it just hit me like a fucking ton of bricks. Like I had to like pull over and fucking just chill out for like half an hour before I could drive more. I got high on Tylenol, cold and flu. Good times. Maybe it's upper respiratory gonorrhea. Don't say that to me. That's COVID didn't really affect kids much. Yeah, for the most part. There were like a few kids that got like cytokine storms, right? Like infants where they fucking just died. But I think for the most part, well, their immune systems are weak, right? So they don't their body doesn't try to fight it. You can get a form of pneumonia where you can still walk around and function. I hope you've been to a doctor. Yeah, I went to my doctor over the weekend. I don't have pneumonia. I don't even have a cough. Second pump left in the tank today, tomorrow for what? GME? If GME blows through Gamma Max today, it's probably pretty close to done. There's not a lot of liquidity left to cover. It's almost wrapped up. Top and Beyond. Oh, Top and Beyond still have a lot more to cover. The question is, are they going to cover it now or not? And they might not, right? So like the problem you can have with these is you can get like false signals on these runs because something else is running, right? And it's pressuring like the rest of the basket. So like right now IWM's kind of short squeezing. And as like the short squeeze progresses there, it's putting a lot of pressure on these stocks that normally would probably run closer to like the cycle periods. And this is kind of like in between those, right? We're kind of in between the ETF FTD period and OPEX. So it's really a question of if they get pressured enough to run or not, and they might not. In which case, it could be like a couple weeks before they run. But they're both primed up, big, ready to go. But there is a lot of risk in playing them. Blood clots. COVID was a weird disease. Let me tell you guys, Giardia is probably the worst type of sickness you can contract other than cancers, heart disease, etc. Uncle got West Nile from a mosquito, coma for 2 weeks. Ouch. Subtle reminders that you majored in biology, briefly majored in biology. Yeah, Giardia is really bad. Don't go to the raw water bar for your water. COVID took my father and grandmother's. I'm sorry to hear about that, man. I lost my grandpa to it. It sucked. I want Leaps on Beyond because they were pretty cheap. The 10 strike. Ivy on Shorter Day Carlos is already being priced up. Alright. I mean, just as long as you don't fucking hang on to them. Because the company's dog shit. Okay, SPX is boring. I told you. I didn't mean to pump SPX. I thought that's what you said. SPX only up to the moon. I've got your message right here. You faxed it. Half my family has long COVID and can't do stuff. Feels like it happened as soon as they gave up caring about not getting infected. That's why I'm still careful. Any idea when the Spirit merger decision will be? Dude, Wall Street Bets has been waiting on that shit for like 3 years. All they've ever done is lost money betting on it. Fucker almost got my dad. 3 days in the hospital, but he pulled through. Nice. I mean, it sucks, but it's nice that he pulled through. I have only 2D poots. I got my calls. All right, it's okay, popcorn. We're back at 35.65. I haven't been here in a while, but are you aware that there's still a very large and active barbecue community on X who think RC's working behind the scenes in the bankruptcy to make them rich? Wild. Yeah, I am. And it's not just wild, it's fucking hysterical. It's arguably the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like, even AMC shareholders own shares. Somehow all of those people have been convinced by like some fucking YouTube streamer who's, misappropriating bankruptcy court documents to like try to create some sort of fucking narrative that they're getting their shares back. So I think they convinced them to not only hold their shares into their ultimate like destruction, but then has convinced them to follow along with it even after that happened. So their shares are gone, like not in their brokerage accounts anymore. And somehow these people have convinced them that like it's gonna come back, which is insane. But it's really funny to watch. It's psychotic. Grifter is gonna grift, right? If Jesus was reborn, so can Bobby. I don't know, I think it's like a few thousand. It was like a few thousand people. It makes me feel bad because like they use a lot of remember when I put out all that shit about Ryan Cohen trying to be Carl Icahn, and then he tweeted about Carl Icahn afterwards. I feel like in some way I started those conspiracies, and it's shitty. Or like they weren't a conspiracy for me, right? I saw things in his investing habits that had similarities with Carl Icahn, but it got way out of control. Phew. Oh fuck me. Ugh. One sec. Oh. You can't blame yourself for others' lack of critical thinking. I know. I wish everybody had listened when RC bailed and fucking sold and taken their profits, right? Instead of fucking bag holding to the point where they were willing to believe anything to make up for their sunk cost fallacy, right? It's like sad watching that take a hold, right? They just be selling to other baggies at that point. Once they know the shares are getting destroyed, like no one else is gonna want them other than the crazies. I think there were people buying it, like all the way up until it getting like removed from OTC. Whatever happened to the short report on Icon's company? I mean, it was a lot of it was bullshit. Some of it wasn't, but I mean, they just released it so they could get out of their short position, right? That's what they do. They short the stock, then they release the short report, hope everyone else piles in, and use them as exit liquidity. You know, there are flat earthers. People will believe whatever works best for them. I know, but it's a societal failing, right? In other news, my puts are up from when I bought them Monday of last week on Palantir. Thanks for trying to educate the masses of casuals like myself. Yep, no problem, man. Congrats. Why did you buy 50 top calls on my IBKR account? I didn't. As someone who follows their cult closely, I can promise you they have nothing to do with it. They have so many DD writers creating nonsense. Anyway, I hope you and your mom are doing well. I think my mom's doing well. Thanks. I've seen their DD. It's horseshit. But I haven't been here consistently in a while. Are you saying my Bobby shares are gone? Thank God for my rev position. The thing about Bobby is it worked out so perfectly, right? We're like, it got down to like $3-4, and it was just like really obvious it was gonna squeeze, right? And then, and then like some people took profits, right? They were like, "Fuck yeah, it squeezed, awesome! I made a bunch of money." And then there were like a lot of people that were like, "No, this isn't over." And then Cohen sold, and they were still like, "Nope, not over." What the fuck? Bobby to 100. Didn't Ryan Cohen do that interview and he was like, "Yeah, the company wanted to take a different direction, so I got out." Like, how do you spin that into a conspiracy theory that he's still in? There were multiple points to exit profitably with Bobby, even for bag holders. Yeah, it ran again to 15 on the like dead cat bounce. You called the Bobby squeeze from a mile away with the put call ratio being totally fucked. Yep. It took a while. It was a grind, but it was worth it in the end. He literally said they didn't take my advice and they will fail. People just said he was going to buy Bobby with the profits he made on selling his shares. What a joke. Whatever. I mean, they're going to get burned. I hope they fucking hunt down the content creators who created all the bullshit speculative DD that convinced them that they weren't going to lose all their fucking money. and take their dead shares and shove them right up their asses. I remember RC was going to use his gains on Bobby to save the company because he's a good guy and was being forced to allocate the funds accordingly because of some rule. Nope, he was out. I know people who bought in at 29. There's no way they could be saved. They could have only lost $15 a share instead of all 29. Real question from a friend's cousin. You ever close a massively down position for nothing else other than tax loss harvesting? Or do you always have stops in place to avoid this? I mean, I try to avoid that. It's not that it's never. I've had positions like fall underwater and I've not been happy about it, but I've still just closed them. Yeah, you can close them out slowly over time if you want to tax loss harvest, but it has to be worth it, right? I know all their talking points. It's not what he said in that interview, it's how he said it. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's just bullshit, right? I mean, like, I've already seen how that community handles any kind of information that's counter to their narrative, right? They just ban everyone and call everyone a shill and witch hunt anybody who says anything against them. Wait, that's Super Stonk. Yeah, but it's worse. They're worse. They're worse than Super Stonk. My worst shares were 23.91. Average down, exited green. Have they bought 29 and never again? Sure losses. Yeah. People on Wall Street Bets are posting ports of the Millie and Bobby share purchases. It was hysterical. I'm gonna hang out there to feel better until I can get out of all my GME. It was the Uber driver that couldn't afford AirPods that really did it for me. Telling people it wasn't anywhere near over when Bobby traded at 15 cents. Even worse than bag holding, I sold my Bobby 108C right before the run. Ouch. I cut a bunch of calls right before it ran too. I cut like I think it was like half of my call position and rolled it out. I still made money, but I would have made a shitload more if I'd left it all open. That sounds like a cool. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Bobby CFO is the one that offed himself. Their go-to is, why are you even here if you don't own the stock? When they don't have a rebuttal for the facts, they don't own the stock. Why are they there? Bobbies are going to show up here because of Cohen's last pigeon tweet, which will be interpreted that they must become pigeon whales for their dreams to come true. Sure. Yeah. Dexamethasone? What the fuck is that? How's the SPX OI looking? Roughly the same, but we fell back through the 65 wall. Speculation that it's going to be added to the S&P 500. I'm getting only Tesla ads. Are you buying a Cybertruck? Maybe your wife's been searching Cybertruck. You should find out. I left $18 per share of gains on the table during the Bobby run. I sold CCs 2 days before the big run, and I couldn't afford to buy my calls back. Lesson learned. That sucks. Don't short apes like that. They totally owned 0.133333397 shares of the stock. Technically, they're an investor. There is no top channel in the Discord. Did you sell any GME cover calls? No. I sold some last week on Tuesday, and then I bought them back on Wednesday. Oh, trust me, that was my comeback. I have as many shares as you do. Nice. The shares are canceled, but they're being held in bankruptcy court. They think there'll be a spin-off called DK Butterfly, like during Kindersley, the book company. Something where their shareholders will be gifted new shares. Yeah, that's never happened in the history of companies ever. Not when equity was destroyed in the bankruptcy, according to the bank. I've already read the bankruptcy plan. They're fucked. They're not getting shit. I would walk around Bed Bath and Beyond's and tell them I was a legitimate investor, and they need to show me the Beyond section. I bought into the Beyond section today. It's the meats. Buffett sold his 9.28% of KO. People would not go out there and buy even more. Somehow Bobby bag holders don't think the same way. Well, even if they wanted to buy more, they can't. This is the Jimmy peak we're supposed to sell after. I don't know. That was close to Gamma Max. Hey, Popcorn, we're back at 45.65, man. Nice. Most meme stalkers are completely disconnected from reality. How far did you buy your calls on Beyond? I picked up some here for this Friday. I picked up some spreads for the 15th and the 22nd. So we're gonna be stuck here for the entire week again? No, there's a lot of data this week, and it matters. So I don't think so. Is SPX trapped in this range until services tomorrow, or are you expecting the gap before filling the gap before tomorrow's data? I don't think we're filling the upside gap right now. Not with positioning where it currently is. Maybe we could overnight, but I doubt it. And there's not a lot of data overnight either. So like Asian markets should be pretty tame. London market's not going to be too crazy, I don't think. I'm not sure which group it insults more when you say meme stalkers or saying like flat earthers. I don't think all meme stalkers are the same. I mean, obviously, we were all meme stalkers at one point, right? I think all of us just have like kind of a different take on the scenario than a lot of other people do. Like people in here were honest that like they wanted to make money, and the rest of them just lie to themselves. Your recommendation, I perused our Bobby today. Why would you suggest this? It's very bad. They're very dumb. Yeah, back when it made sense. Yeah, I mean there was a point in time where all you needed to trade was GME, right? God, remember like intraday $15 swings? Shit was fucking ridiculous. It was like every day of the week too. Thanks, Tarpas, for the week. Don't remind me, I yearn for those days. Well, we have SPX now. She's a cruel mistress, but she's hot, right? Remember when you posted that meme? We do this because we thought it would be easy. Yeah. You knew if it broke, we were going to 200. That was fun. Jimmy was way more predictable than SPX. I don't know if I agree with that. GME options were also like 10 times the price. I think everyone forgets that like at the money GME calls were like $16 at some points. We're meme stalkers. I was born in it, molded by it. Don't worry, there'll be another crazy era of stupid bullshit. There always is. My vote for 2024 bonds. Highly volatile bond market. I full ported top shares. Oh no. Why would you do that? My biggest learning from all of this is always be other plays. Don't try to all win it all back in one. Don't throw all your money into one. Take profits. Yep. Baby steps. You know, if you can always afford exposure, then you're always prepared, and when something good happens or something crazy happens, you'll make money. You'll make far more money than you ever expected to. But if you blow up your port and then you have to walk away and you lose your ability to be exposed to that price action. When Jimmy was 160, 400 monthlies were still around $4. That's $240 put out of that was $240 out of the money for 30 days of theta. It was fucking ridiculous. I remember having like 900C that hit like fucking $20. In a group here in Denmark, and a few in the know, people talking about 100-year-old Austrian bond that could explode in value if rates drop. Ooh, yeah, that could happen. What you're telling us is that we always have to be ready to expose ourselves. I mean, a good example is like I took that call earlier on. I think I entered it like back here, right? And then I had a stop, and I didn't get stopped out, and then it started moving up, right? And then I just kept bringing the stop up with the price action, and I just never got stopped out. right? You just like you're prepared for the move, and then you make money, and sometimes you make like it ended up being a lot more than I thought, right? But you know, if you're playing for 20%, sometimes you get 200. It was a double entendre on being a streaker. No, I got it, but I just decided to ignore it. When IWM puts, ooh, good question. Hopefully not while I have these shitty meme stock calls open. You know, express bid is 8. Ask is 850. TMF did a reverse split. Ooh, fun. Top might get like an end of day breakout here. How's GME looking? GME too. I wish Beyond was performing a little bit better, but I guess it's holding up, so I can't complain too much. A decent amount of liquidity on it in the pre-market. Hmm. Yeah, they're trying to short Beyond, but they already put like 3 strikes in the money today. That's not gonna be good. I'm trying to short top too. That's not really working out either. Looks like they got Upstart under control at 34. That was a pretty big resistance already. GameStop's getting close to peak liquidity, but not quite there yet. Still needs more volume. XRT's definitely pretty close to covered. I wonder if this could have another leg up. Hmm. Interesting. I think if they short GME hard after earnings, I'm gonna go long. Can I talk about popcorn just because I want to annoy him? Oh, come on, man. We bounced off 45.55 on futures today, right? Like he's got it bad enough. Dork and Carl timed him out. I believe they'll short Jimmy even with a beat. I mean, they've got the liquidity to do it. Why not? Especially on a beat, right? Because they'll want to de-risk the rest of the short positions. Remember, like June, they shorted the fuck out of it after earnings, and then it ripped back up. DocuSign is down 117 bips. That should cheer Popcorn Trader up. Maybe. I'll ask him when he gets back. I think it was squeeze on earnings. There's nothing there to squeeze. The long short position on GME is long gone. All that's left is like vol shorts and like what 10% of the float shorted beyond that. 20% short interest. $60 million shares as of 11/15. They've probably covered a chunk of that already. Ugh. 22.72% of the float. Let's see. We've had we've had 122 million volume in the last few days. Yeah, I'd say they're probably fine netting it off or getting out. Or they'll just roll it into ETFs, right? So I have Palantir December 15, 19p. In your opinion, up 20%. What indicators should you use for the rest of the week to either take 20% or whatever? No DCA, just one contract. Well, there's support on Palantir. A pretty big support, I think, at like 18. And then a breakdown of 1750 puts it. Yeah, so 1750s like the adjusted DN, and then DN's at like 16, gamma neutral's at 15. So it's still got a ways to go, but Charm flipped on it today. So the market maker is going to be selling on the flat tape, which helps drive prices down. What happened to why didn't it stay at 2151? Because everybody who's been holding gold for 10 years sold the top. The spread on your Jan 2025 130 calls. On what? For TLT? I guess that isn't so much of an issue because in the money already. Hold a bit longer, set a stop. Yeah, I mean it can keep coming down. Today's a good start. Starting to lose hope for my 45.65 Ps. You mean the ones that went in the money back here? This could maybe break down more. It really might not though. I guess as long as we stay under 65, it's still got a chance to break down again. Not a very good one, but yeah, it does not look good to return to 45.50 at all. It looks like we get stuck at like 60 to 70. You're in the money again, Navy Nuke. Call Jimmy double top. Back to 1350 by Wednesday close. There's still a bit of covering that needs to be done. I don't know. Maybe. We might hold these prices into earnings. And then blow out the rest of the liquidity during earnings. Or after earnings. What the tits happened to Siri? It fell off a cliff. Literally. How are Tup's tips? They're shorting it. But they're still they contracted quite a lot today, so despite them aggressively shorting it, they may not be able to stop the covering at this point. Well, that's a titty fuck. What did you sell puts at? 450? They're still above 450, I think. Yeah. Can you take a look at BTC on the hourly and tell me if a continuation or pullback is likely? Yeah. Give me a second. That's a good question. I think if it breaks higher here to like above 41,922, it'll break out. If it fails the current test at 41,773, then it might reject back down to like 4,100, 4,900. But I mean, this is bullish, right? It's just you just don't know how long the continuation of the consolidation will go. So breakout here, I'd probably go long. Failure here, I'd go short. Back to the trend. We did a V. We did a V and it failed. That's fucking new. No problem, Hetty. Series just testing a low from right before Buffett bought it. It doesn't seem like a problem. I mean, it's a Head and Shoulders. Neckline's at like $4.25. Might not be. That's what a reverse market crash to 4,800. Unlikely. Gork, gork, gork. The market isn't doing anything, and Blizzard is having login server problems. How should I avoid doing my day job? Do you have a pair of scissors and a piece of paper? You can make snowflakes for your office. Palantir is getting cooked. Yep. Ooh, are we going to lose 60? Maybe. That's bullish. Well, bearish, but bullish for puts. X is moving up. No, but I'm willing to shit on the floor. How many top calls is too many? Probably however many you have divided by 2. I have 1 top call. The middle of today is kind of boring. How's this account doing? Nice. Right back to where we were. I can't even play ES on this. The fucking candles are too volatile. I'm full porting upstart puts, 30 DTE. Give me hope. At the money? Or in the money? Why? Why not spreads? Spreads are better. Because the market crashed on his hand jobs. You told that guy to sell. Hoping to pick up some on the cheap. I don't think so. You have to reach out, though. The bear call spreads on Palantir are up 75%. Is this enough to warrant selling? Yeah, usually. Or just ride to the 8th. Since they're $1 out of the money, you can probably just ride them into expiry. But, I mean, keep a close eye on it, right? You don't want to get fucked. Strangled here, out of day trades. Y'all have fun. Later, good Godfrey. Is it big downtime? Well, losing 60 is kind of a big deal. That doesn't really mean it's big downtime. We can just bounce back, but we kind of lost 60 a little bit. Confirmations below 58. $45.25 end of day. It's a bit ambitious. My eyes have been glued all day to Palantir. Why? Like your fucking spreads are already out of the money. What are you worried about? Gray day? I mean, but also down 77 BPS, right? If we get a continuation, it's kind of downtime, but not sure if we retest the low or not. There's not a lot of gamma below us, right? So I don't know what's gonna drive it. You see my DM from earlier? Thoughts on Lily? This is interesting. I saw it, but I didn't read the whole thing. I think the gold pump scared the shit out of everyone. But also, we need a pullback anyway because there's really no room to drive indexes higher. So if bulls really want to try to push up above 4600, they need to let this fall back. They need to let it fall back while still maintaining control of vol, which is hard. That's really hard to pull off. There's a lot of gamma above us though. That's true. That's like most of that's sold calls, right? Or are you talking about like the 60 was it the 60-70 puts? Those are pretty big. I'm worried because I've had a peener lasting longer than 4 hours looking at it. You have to go get that lanced, Thunder. Oh, IAU. It's down on the day. What gold pump? Gold is down on the day. But it fucking rocketed this morning. Yeah, went up 200, almost 300 BPS at open. Tested 2152.50, I think. Yeah, 2152.30. Are we gonna fall below 45.50? It's still a question of if we can even fall to 45.50. What expiry we're what for? I think you lost 7 viewers after you said he'd have to get that lance. Well, I mean that's how you fix a priapism. Priapism. What'd you say about Nvidia, Dungston? Listen, the CFO calls it Nvidia. I can call it Nvidia. Why would you mention priapism? I'm on call today. Well, Thunder has one if you want to stop by his house. Tup is a vol short? Yeah. Tup is a short and a vol short. It's both. Hard pass. The CEO also wears a dumb jacket. Where's yours? I don't I don't have a leather jacket. Actually, I do, but it's brown. It's like not as cool. I need AI to design my streetwear style. I didn't have a Geo Prism. Oh Jesus. Pun obviously intended. Yeah, I caught that. Then you will rock double Pateks. Yeah, that's the look right there. You know I don't own a house. How dare you? I've been looking. I've heard someone in New York lets DGen sleep on his couch. Not just any DGen. Bounce back to 65. Maybe just 60. I don't know. Maybe 65. I guess they're both possible. Be prepared to buy 4 watches for your 3.5 hands. Will AI tap into Costco's t-shirt inventory? I hope not. That's where I get all my t-shirts. I hate spending money on clothes. It's like the one thing I can never bring myself to buy. Like I have a couple like nice suits and stuff, and I have a few nice clothes, but it's always a struggle to buy them. It always seems like such a fucking just absolute waste of money. We don't mind if you cut down on the shirt budget. I'm sure you don't. Incidentally, I feel like if guys knew how we treat priapism, they'd stop asking their doctors to discuss their ED. I just told them you get it lanced. And then a bunch of people left. Hopefully that gets rid of a few more. What's the one article you don't mind spending money on? Like shoes, watch, etc. I don't mind spending money on shoes. That doesn't bother me. I don't own like a ton of shoes, but it doesn't. It doesn't concern me, right? Like good shoes are worth spending money on. Um, T-shirts. I refuse to buy like $70 or $80 T-shirts. I'm not into watches, but I've been gifted a few nice ones over the years. I got a Patek as a bonus one time, and then an ex-girlfriend bought me a Rolex. I used to feel that way, and then I realized I was trans femme. Now I love to dress up in fancy clothes because I actually feel good about how I look in them. Yeah, I'm probably not going to feel that way, though. I guess I could try it. Do you want to go dress shopping with me, Dork? I want to feel pretty. What kind of Patek? It's a wild bonus. I forget. It's like one of the like anniversary ones. I forget. I forget like the model. I have it in my drawer. I think in my room somewhere. You are pretty. Thanks, Carl. I have QQQ 386C 1 DTE bought at the bottom. How is OI for tomorrow? 386 bought at the bottom. I don't know how OI is on QQQ. I don't really track it. Are you up? Because QQQ is floating right over a huge gap. It's a risky place to hold a 1 DTE. Yes, YES. Yes. All right, all right. I get it. Predictions for GME earnings tomorrow. EPS above expectations, revenue below. I think EPS will still be negative, but better, like like 5 cents or 4 cents, and then I don't know. Revenues will suck. We both know that Carl just wants to paint you like one of his French girls. Paint me like one of my French girls. Costco. Carl doesn't have any French girls. The prettiest Costco t-shirt princess in the world. Hey, those Pima cotton t-shirts are soft as fuck. All right. This is away all day. Did GME hit Gamma Max? Very close, but then it failed. I don't want a GFV if it closed today. I see bounce continue. Do you get a GFV on QQQ if you close it after market close? Or no? Huh. I wonder. I know if you buy like options on SPX and you cash settle them, you don't get a GFV. I'm on Fidelity. I don't know if I can close after hours. QQQ and SPY trade till 4:15 on any platform that supports them. Just say thank you. Be gracious. It was a compliment. Thank you, Jen Jen. Philadelphia wife and I bought matching Costco branded hoodies for $8 yesterday. We made sweet, sweaty love in them last night to celebrate our passion for big box stores. That's beautiful. I'm glad you guys have found happiness. And you're still having sex after children. Well done. No problem, Crunchy. I'm not sure if that's true. You might still get a GFE. So don't quote me on that, but yeah, there's definitely some risk carrying it into tomorrow. There might be an opportunity to get out if things bounce going into the data, but if Redbook comes in bad, you could get fucked. And Netflix, Jan 19, 400p? Jesus Christ. Big dumb? Kind of stupid, yeah. Why didn't you just get like a 300? If we're just buying options that are never going to go in the money. You think the market's going to crash in the next 3 weeks? My wife still likes my hog. Nice taking off Friday. I just always wear a green shirt and let us submit images to be your shirt for the day via the green screen. Interesting. That sounds like a lot of work on my part. Kirk, make it crash. How's this price actually looking for the rest of the week? Chance of a 45-25 test. It'll be data dependent, I think. I'll need to see like how positioning is shifted with this drop, but I'd imagine that the downside defensive positions that broke up last week are going to come back in to protect the 25 level and the collar. If they don't, then yeah, the downside's more exposed. A close below 45.50 today would be really awesome for a bearish continuation, but losing November's high is kind of a big deal. So This may be the first step in confirming a reversal. Pump into close. There's some range into close. I really think we can close. We have kind of a wide range to close from 60. If we fall to the downside of 60, we could end up closing at 45.50. If we hold above 60 into like the last hour of trading, then we might close between like 60 and 70. So it'll kind of depend on how the positioning shakes out here over the next like hour. But I would say those are the two ranges we're most likely to get stuck in. Would it be dumb to strangle GME earnings? Yes. It could be. Like that IV crush is a bitch. So strangles and straddles generally get hurt pretty bad by IV crush. You'd usually prefer to have exposure. It's a little bit more insulated from, but you would sell IV in order to insulate your exposure from IV crush. It tends to be a bit better. This comment was self-destruct in 15. What is wrong with you, man? Think about selling GBCCs here near Gamma Max before earnings. Dumb? Kind of up to you. It could be dumb. We could drop $2 tomorrow. I mean, both of those things could happen. Both of those things might happen. Thanks, Fluffy. I caught Fuba run from $1 to $2 a while back. I'm looking to get back in for a longer term hold. What range would you look to start a position? Under 2. I don't really want to buy Fubo above $2. Although I have a lot of Fubo, so our interests may not be aligned. Is a beyond entry here unwise? IV is already a little high. Yeah, IV's high, but it's not as bad as it was earlier in the day when we had some volume. So it's not a terrible entry if you don't have one already. But I would consider Theta, given that it didn't just like rip to the moon out of the gate today. They're still trying to keep the price of it from running a bit, and that may continue for more than a few days. This user will undestruct in 5 minutes. If you were me, I mean, I'm not though. I don't know your risk tolerance or your portfolio size or any of that. Fubo's not like a safe play. It's got a lot of risk, but it's it's a compelling one, right? The management's highly incentivized to get their EV a bit positive so they can get their bonuses. And as long as the management keeps doing their job, which so far they've been doing a good job at, then the value of the stock will rise. If they fuck up, it'll drop. I expect over a 2-year period there might be at least one fuck up. And that'll be a good time to buy if you think they're not going to fuck up twice. I'm not doing a saline rinse. Let's say you get fucking amoebas in your brain. The 45.60 gives, is it going to be bearish into the end of the day, you think? It could be. Yeah, we could pull back down to 50. There's a few more puts are starting to build at 50. I don't know if it's enough, but there's a few. So boil the water first. Why would I do that? I don't want to pour water in my face holes. Every time I do that, I feel sicker than I did before I fucking did it. You don't have to. Fucking people in their neti pots and their goddamn essential oils. I'm gonna put water in my face holes if it'll make you feel better. Yeah. I'm not gonna willingly waterboard myself. Yeah, fuck neti pots. Not the same like essential oils. I mean, kind of, right? Same like chiropractics. No? You think it's a good idea to rinse out all the mucus that like encapsulates and protects you from the bacteria in your sinuses? Face bidet. What's worse, overcooked vegetables or overcooked pasta? I mean, they're both fucking terrible. Just smoke hash until you can't see anymore. Mucinex is god tier. Yeah, that's some good shit. Wasn't the neti pot invented by some like medical quack? Oh, all I'm finding are studies about fucking hydroponic irrigation. Gross. They were invented by the pillow guy? No. I'm doing more knee exercises so I can do some running again. Spin bike is boring as fuck. Yeah, I don't like doing cardio indoors either. Makes me feel like a hamster. I don't know what a hamster feels like, but that's what I imagine they feel like. Jamie Gamma Max is 1720. 19. 1719. I just had a septoplasty. The Navage thing pulls all the extra mucus plugs and helps me breathe at night before bed. Yeah, but that's like after nasal surgery because it gets all crusty. That makes more sense. I don't have any crusties. Everything's flowing like a faucet. Jimmy breaks 1750. Is there anywhere for it to go? This should be over by now. Yeah, it could go to 1875 or like 1990. Good visual. You're welcome. Campbell Soup earnings are Wednesday. Bullish on chicken noodle soup. Steam shower is pretty great for. I don't have any problem with the looseness of anything. I'm loosey goosey. Was this the Neti Pot guy? I don't know who the fucking Neti Pot guy is. The first mass market neti pot was produced in 1972 by the Himalayan Institute. The founder, Swami Rama, wanted his students to use a nasal wash to improve their spiritual practices. He created a ceramic pot for the purpose. But the origins of the neti pot can be traced back to the Hindu practices of Sutra neti and Jala neti. Sutra using a string, while Jala used water. The word neti is Sanskrit for nasal cleansing. Neti pots are a great way to give yourself amoebic meningitis. Yeah, well, you have to use purified water, right? I prefer flossing my nose. Instead of making it weird, they can get some ocean saline nasal spray. I wonder if something fun's gonna happen today. It's almost power hour. It was a fun day. It was a fun, but the trading, like the good trading part of it, ended very early. I did get back out of my 75 calls right at the tippy top. That was cool. Although it'll be less cool if I have to straddle 75 again today. I use raw water in my neti pot. Also, be sure to dip a couple of crystals in it first. That's nearly as crazy as chiropractic history. Created as a cult by a guy who thought a ghost told him how to be a doctor. Don't get me started on chiropractors. Every time I get started on chiropractors, I piss off like half the people in here. I don't know why, but it's really hard for people to accept that like placebo effect is real, right? Like people don't believe that they could fall for the placebo effect. They're angry because you're right and they wasted their money. Sunk cost fallacy. Like, it makes people angry on a really personal level. I can't fall for the placebo effect. I took a pill for that when I was a kid. If GME closes above GM, does that give it more of a chance to hit the 10 to 15% target? Possibly, yeah. I thought this was a stock-themed cooking and chiropractic skepticism stream. Placebo's real. My dad made decaf coffee on Thanksgiving. I swear I thought I felt more awake. You know, decaf coffee still has caffeine in it, right? It just has less caffeine. As someone who's been recommended to several chiropractors, I can safely say that I wish the placebo effect was stronger. I couldn't get my wife pregnant for the longest time. I went to the chiropractor for 4 months. Boom, impregnated her. Oh, that's awkward. Blended plum tomatoes, fresh basil, salt, little sugar. You could switch it up and use oregano too. If you have fresh oregano, it kind of changes the flavor profile a little bit. And no fucking sugar. That's disgusting. You're better than that. Put shit on fucking. Don't put sugar in any pasta sauce or pizza sauce ever. Yeah, marjoram too. Hard to find fresh marjoram, but no, not just a touch. None. Zero sugar. Fennel seed. Interesting. No. No. I don't like it. Cervical adjustment's gone wrong and the patient dies from incorrect adjustment. Yikes. No, but I knew a couple that took their kid to a chiropractor who was like 4. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you say that, Dave? That's because Long Island Italians are trogs, like Jersey Italians or Connecticut Italians with their burnt fucking pizza. Vertebral artery dissection is catastrophic and not that uncommon. Ugh. If you use local honey, you can pretend you're doing something for your allergies too. We've been over the local honey thing. I live in New York City. The kid clearly needed adjustment. That was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. CT pizza is the best pizza. You keep New Haven out of your mouth. No, I won't. It's shit. Why can't you guys fucking clean your ovens? That's my question. Is there something wrong with, like, you don't have a brush or something? Like, why the fuck is there coal, like actual coal, stuck to the fucking pizzas? You're cleaning the flavor. It's seasoned. It tastes like fucking dirt rocks. Okay? It's not a good seasoning. Just trying to shill people on your dirty fucking pizzas. No, coffee tastes amazing. You know why? Because I don't take charcoal and sprinkle it in my fucking coffee. You complain about coal on your pizza? What are you, a boomer? Do you also complain about chunky milk or wiggly things in your rice? But Gork clam pizza. Oh, good. Then I can have coal and sand on the same pizza. Awesome. Why don't I just go outside and eat fucking dirt? Like, right off the ground. I'm not kidding. It's foul. Fuck Connecticut pizza. I went to one of them, and my pizza was clean. I think it was modern. And my pizza was clean. And then I went to, like, Frank Pepe's the next time I was up there. Dirt. Actual fucking dirt all over the pizza. After my car crash, I was sent to a chiropractor, so you got to sue 2 people? Awesome. I hear they just use clam chowder for sauce, and they toss it in beach sand instead of cornmeal. Having to describe your pizza as clean is a major red flag. Why are we talking about things that don't work? Let's talk about miracles of jade rollers and salt lamps. Those only work if you charge them under moonlight, though. The dirt you speak of is brick oven seasoning. No, it's not. Much like sourdough starter, it's been developed over decades of not scraping burnt bits of meat off the bottom of the oven. Nope, it's fucking coal dust. Like you can go there and LARP as a minor, like a West Virginia child like coal miner with every bite of pizza. Fucking gross. I've got the black lung pops. There's a tiny man in the back of the oven shoveling coal onto every pizza. It's like all your nightmares about Santa Claus coming true in one meal. Where's this coal pizza from? Connecticut. What's a good dish if you're a fan of sesame oil and roasted sesame flavor in general? Oh, if you go to like a more authentic Chinese place, they should have like the sesame, like cold sesame noodles. Those are good. If you were ever long fossil fuels, you can't complain about coal on your pizza. Yeah, you can. I mean, it still kind of looks like we're going to close between 45.60 and 45.70. Every place I've been for good New York pizza in for good pizza in New York is the same though. I don't know where you went, but they should be moderately different. Like my three favorite pizza places are all pretty different from each other. The problem is there's a lot of places that are advertised as the best pizza in New York, and they're just not good anymore. Like Grimaldi's. Grimaldi's fucking sucks. Lucali's, they're okay. Joe's is terrible. It used to be good. A lot of them have just turned into like tourist traps, and the owners died decades ago. But there's still some places that are actually good. Sabaros. Like Philly cheesesteak, Pat's is near inedible these days. The only time I've ventured into Philly was to get a cheesesteak, and I went to oh fuck, where was it? Daniel Supreme lives around the corner from it, but I can't remember the name. It was Delisandro's? Maybe. Yeah, I think it was Delisandro's. It was absolute shit. Inedible garbage. Like just a fucking wet, soggy roll full of like halfway cooked meat and partially melted cheese. Is New York City worth visiting in the Christmas time? No. It's fucking cold and full of tourists. Demonetized. Can agree. I was just a tourist there. Jimmy broke Gamma Max, I know. In the slowest way possible. Likelihood that we see positive earnings for GME, I think it's pretty. They have a pretty good chance of beating EPS, but I think they'll still miss on revenues. Palantir's gonna break 18 by the end of the day, maybe. Other than never, what's a good time of year to visit New York City? Spring or fall? Who the fuck said that about fossil fuels? Listen here, you simps. Green energy is a farce that the CCP is using to try to shift the power from fossil fuels to rare earth metals. Just be honest, you don't actually care about green energy, because if you did, you'd support nuclear. Rant over. Dude, I have like 10% of my portfolio in uranium. What are you talking about? Not you, the chat. Chat got me triggered. I see that. Do you have a you know, Lawrence, when I imagine you as a Texan with a bolo tie. Just talking about oil, sweet, sweet crude. Best pizza I ever had was in this Greek Italian hybrid establishment. Very highbrow, and the employees seemed to love their job. I think it was called Little Caesars. What's Greek about Little Caesars? Caesar's not Greek. What the fuck? I travel too much to wear a bolo, but I am from the promised land. All right. Fossil fuels. We destroyed the planet, but we got to go zoom zoom for a bit, so it's worth it. But yeah, green energy is mostly a sham as well. Unfortunately, it's all bullshit. Not green energy, just all energy. Nuclear is the answer. Yeah, but people are like steadfastly against building nuclear reactors near where they live. I got kicked out of an Olive Garden after eating breadsticks nonstop for 2 hours. I submitted a formal complaint expressing my disappointment in their endless breadsticks. I see. Did they give you a gift card? Energy is endless. Violent sideways, it seems. Where are you gonna see us going during power hour? Um, I don't know. We could just close the day right here. No, I'm banned from all Olive Gardens. Oh, okay. Welcome to the club. Well, I'm not banned from Olive Garden, but chain restaurants, a couple of them. The Japanese can rock nuclear power plants after, well, the World War II thing. No one should be scared. It's HBO's fear mongering. That's what did it. Do you think Jimmy craps the bed after earnings Wednesday? I think there's plenty of liquidity to short the fuck out of it after earnings. Infinite energy, not so profitable. Uh, I thought after Fukushima, people would see that not even the hand of God could melt down the core of a nuclear power plant. Tsunami, earthquake, and all. Still a big fucking mess, though. Part of it's insane cost overruns of the Vodal nuclear power plant construction. That thing bankrupted a lot of companies. Huh. I'm banned from Milwaukee Taco Bell because I drunkenly ordered 400 chicken quesadillas and only paid for half of them. That's that's still paying for too many of them. How do you feel about a GME 25C for 12.8? I think GME hitting 25 is ludicrous. If you want to throw your money away, there's a Ko-Fi button down below. He paid for them all in the end. Yeah, he did. If Ludacris buys into Jimmy, it's going up for sure. The out of the money calls, there's a lot of like far out of the money bot calls on GLD, D2H. Check your front door. There's a baker's dozen chicken quesadillas waiting for you. Yeah, they'll taste the same 2 hours from now. You just need, yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. You just need a solar panel made entirely out of petroleum products. What's with this massive drift up? All right, careful with your terminology there. It's fucking $5. We'll taste the same 2 weeks from now. Gross. Holy shit, is Beyond about to break through VWAP? What's happening? What's with this $500 move on SPX? Okay, that part's bullshit, right? It's almost like the whole ESG push is entirely funded with big oil money, just like tobacco mitigation products are all tobacco companies. Yeah. Why was gold shorted back down so much? It wasn't shorted back down. People sold. Okay, you don't understand bags until you meet people that buy gold. They have huge fat bags. They've been sitting on them for a decade. It's almost like people are going long variants or something. No. You see the news today about our commerce secretary telling NVIDIA if you redesign around restrictions to sell AI chips to China, I will control them the very next day. More puts. I did. I did see it. I mean, at what point is your company breaking the spirit of the law just like gonna become treason, right? Gherkin NVIDIA's back to 450. Why are the evil hedgies shorting it? I don't know. Maybe people don't want to invest in a company that's deeply embroiled with a in a battle with the Department of Commerce. BTC break trend? I don't know. I'm not watching it. Yeah, it broke to the upside. Next resistance is 42, 175 ish. Fidelity won't let me open synthetic long on top for $0. Crime. Why close out my Palantir spreads? Not worth the risk for an extra 20%. If it can drop 10% in a day, it can pump 10% in a day. Not always, but okay. Yeah, I mean, I could close mine. They're up 76%. Stop shorting my stock, you fuckers. $264% today on Palantir puts. Huge mahalo, Gork. Nice, man. Well done. When Twitter starts talking about BTC to 100K, we're close to a top. No, we're not listening to Bob Marley for Power Hour squabs. Plan on selling CCs on GME once it hits above Gamma Max? Or just above? No. I was just gonna sell all my GME. If I get positive, I'm gonna make you wear an orange BTC symbol cap. Whatever. That's fine. I just ordered new earbuds. I have my volume on 100, and you're still fading into nothingness. I don't like it. I just keep leaning further and further back in my chair. Yeah, price targets are still valid. That's why I bought January puts. Someday people will learn that nothing in the market is about social good. It's about making money. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a very hard lesson to learn either. Your price targets for Palantir are still valid. SPX wants to dump so bad. Does it? I don't know if that's true. I think SPX wants to sit here really bad. I think Costco is likely to hit a new all-time high around earnings next week. Worth playing ahead of earnings? After you sell your GME, will you still give us bag holders the Greeks? Yeah. I'm a noob. I saw end of day video yesterday. I was wondering what those green yellow lines were below your charts represent. Those are the squiggles? Ketchup, mustard, and relish. They're a representation of primary and secondary market liquidity on the underlying stock. I don't know if you want to see something that's kind of funny, but also kind of annoying. All right, gun it. Is it just the chart that you sent me? Because I already saw that. It is both funny and really annoying. How do I find such things myself? how do you feel about getting a degree in advanced mathematics or engineering? I'm a lowly organic chemist. I see you've already chosen an annoying profession. Well, you can allocate a ridiculous amount of time to figuring out how the market works and then come up with novel ways to look at it. At this point, I'm almost inclined to say those lines are actually meaningless, but just made up to make people like me spend time learning market mechanics. Except you know they're not meaningless, and that's what drives you crazy about them. I am glad that you've spent a year trying to deconstruct them, though. It's very fun. Top is a $2 fortress. $2 is a fortress. I'll give you that, Carl. This isn't the first time Top had like issues with $2, though. I don't think. I got drunk dork to explain them to me one night. It probably did a terrible job. They're not even if you understand them, they're not easy to explain. It's one of many. It's one that we use to look at meme stocks, but yeah. I wouldn't call them proprietary. Like we don't like sell them to people, you know. That's how I feel good at night. Well, I wasn't the only one that worked on making them, but I didn't even say that I entirely made them. Dork made them. My idea is his know-how. Teamwork. You think Ivy and Jimmy calls will get crushed this week? After earnings. Yeah. I understand a lot of market tools, but liquidity is something I cannot understand. Well, it's complex and multifaceted, so it's reasonable. There's a lot of good papers on market liquidity, like research papers and stuff that you could dig through and learn more about it. I wrote a really good paper on market liquidity as it pertains specifically to GME. Well, and not just specifically to GME, but SS said that wasn't a good write-up. Well, they're wrong. No, that DD applies to anything that can be bought or sold. Don't sell yourself short. Alright, I won't. It's pretty amazing. My proprietary IBS indicator recently triggered. There was way too much liquidity in the system. Dump and close confirmed. Once we start pricing options with my Einstein field theory, Doric will be unstoppable. What DD was that? The river runs dry. I think it's pinned to my profile on Reddit. Maybe? Yeah, it is. It tells you everything you ever need to know about all the meme stocks and anything that you can buy or sell. Oh god, we need JFresh to contribute. He's the only one that can transform the future curves into the curve metric. Speaking of running dry, this chat is getting dry. Please stop plugging your DD, because all the newbies start asking you dumb questions and you get mad. I know. That's why I don't talk about it. Thanks for reminding me, Twat Waffle. Can you take a look at Piton? Seems like this week and next have some nice FTDs. Ew. If only FTDs meant price improvement. It looks like it's already blown out a lot of the shorting. I might have some more room to run, but it looks gross. Gamma Max is at 11, but call interest is collapsing on it. There's a lot of profit taking there. It may not run higher. It could, but maybe not right now. Fucking ran that much and it's still under delta neutral. Yeah, it looks like a wet bag of shit. I don't know. It's definitely not gonna hit Gamma Max. How can I figure out the number of contracts I can buy that won't get me fucked when it comes time to get out of them? I mean, just make sure that there's decent volume at the strike you're looking at, right? Decent OI, decent volume. Make sure your spreads aren't too wide. If it's got tight spreads, you're probably gonna be okay. Up to a limit, right? I mean, as long as you're not buying like hundreds and hundreds of contracts. In which case you would need a lot of liquidity, right? And very tight spreads, and you'd want to enter and exit with limit sells. God damn it, Carl. River Runs Dry was my favorite DD. Thanks, David. It was everything I needed to say about GME before kind of walking away from doing the GME thing all the time. Have you been playing with Takeda? Just curious. No. Well, I don't think any of my orders on it have filled. Let me take a look. No. None of my orders on it have filled. I'm still kind of waiting for them to shit the bed on a few more earnings. And then I'll be looking at it a little bit more closely. Not that I think the entry opportunity that was offered up was that bad. I think it could go lower still. Hundreds and hundreds of kayaks. I mean contracts. 10% of the premium for the spread. I mean, you want your bid ask to be like within a couple cents. I don't think 10% of the premium. I think you want to make sure that whatever contract you're buying has a pretty tight bid ask. You don't want to buy shit that's got like a 30-cent bid ask spread. And if you buy those in quantity, you're gonna have a lot of slippage both on your entry and exit. If DRS is not the way, why did RC tell us to DRS our shares? He didn't. I'm too scared of buying a weird strike or too much on a name like Top. Well, yeah, as you should be, because some of the strikes on it are very illiquid. But the money calls on Top aren't that illiquid. Or near the money calls. Like the 2s and 250s and stuff aren't that bad. I think your WeBull's frozen. It might be. I have my other brokerage open. Sometimes it does that. With Gamma Max only 17.19 right now, almost 12k contracts for Friday on GME at the $20 strike. I'm assuming most of them are sold. Probably a lot of them are sold. Yeah. They may be bought, right? They were like 5 cents. Well, it doesn't mean that they're gonna make any money, right? Just because people bet heavily on a strike doesn't mean it's gonna go in the money. Why is Beyond teasing? I don't know. Is there any way for shareholders to oust RC from GME? No. Let's not get Gherkin on a DRS rant today. I don't have anything else to say about it. I've already said all the things. That's my options strat you leaked. I just heard this is that most gamma dealers haven't been long in 10 years. Wait, what? So most gamma dealers have been long. This is the most. Oh. Gamma dealers have been long in 10 years. I see just about 100 million. Sorry, I misread it. About 100 million in gamma out to December 15th, but that doesn't seem excessive to me. Bullshit? No, I'd believe it. This OPEX is huge. Like it's a big boy. Where's delta neutral on NVIDIA? Oh, I think it's like 450 or something. One sec, I'll tell you. DN's at 406.71. Gamma neutral is at 463. The adjusted DN is at 457. So, but 406 to really confirm a breakdown. Beyond's kind of climbing out of the shit a bit. That's cool. Not a lot of volume today. Sup, Gherk, Dork here. I just want to let you know that I loved your secret DDS DD that you posted for the Pigeon Whales. Quick question. If hedgies have infinite money, Can they keep the price of GME suppressed forever? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Lower highs. Something quad witching something. Yeah. Did you get stopped out of Netflix? I'm not sure. I had stops on it. No. No. I've got a bit of theta on that one. I'm not taking any chances with it. But yeah, my stop's like way back at like risk. So I think I'm gonna be in that one for a little while. It's got a lot of room to move. I'll confirm on the 50. Maybe I'll tighten it up before close today, but oh dude, you said that exact line last December around this time. What ran last December? I don't know. SCX 15 minutes DTE are not very volatile towards the end of the day. Um, I mean, the setup isn't very good for playing zero DTEs, like end of day zero DTEs. It's kind of shit. Yeah, it's not a very good setup. If it changes, I'll say something, but right now it's not a good setup. Is this a good price for UVXY? Jesus Christ. Is this a good price for Spurt? Oh, Spurt is long gone. Those were the good old days. People complain a lot about Spurt, but that was like a $5 stock that went to $50. That was phenomenal. I haven't been here since 4570. Did I miss anything? Any more expectations of SPX today? No. No, I don't have any expectations for SPX today. Like where it is, it could just stay right here in this $5 range for the rest of the day. If it breaks up or down, there might be an opportunity to catch it moving back the other way, but did you know that you don't actually own your shares? I don't give a shit. I don't want them. Why would I want to actually own my shares? Well, held by some big evil company called Seed and Cone. Oh my god, Cone Poo Chair. I'm start holding $30. Nods and approval. 33. That's holding above GM for now. Did you know that it's free and normal to register your shares in your name here in Switzerland? Cool. Yeah, Europe's got better financial transparency than we do in the US. But you guys have to trade CFDs, which suck balls. So get wrecked. If I could time you out for that comment, I would, Gurk. I know you would, Carl, but you can't. So flex your power elsewhere. Glip glorp, when SPX break down. This is it. This is broken down. I need an ice cream sandwich. I deserve one. Top big volume candle. What mean? Usually a lot of volume. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of volume. Maybe someone straddled it? Or strangled it? Maybe someone went long and then the market maker hedged. The registration thing is common to hide the real ownership. Register to shelf corps, etc. You deserve 2 ice cream sandwiches. That's too much. I can't do that. Will I get assigned on GME $20 cover calls for Friday? I don't know. You could. You could get assigned during earnings. There's so if you're selling short dated CCs into earnings, there's a huge risk that you just get assigned at earnings. Because people exercise them based on the aftermarket price, like after hours price, you can get fucked. You can CFD these nuts. Haha, got him. Wrecked. One fun thing is maybe some super stonker bought your $20 calls and they're going to exercise them when the stock's at 18. And then that would be really cool, right? Right out of the money strikes on top. I'm looking at see Jan 19 350 calls at 15 cents. So if TEP does indeed rally to 3 or 4, does the premium shoot up or is in the money much more worth it? I mean, the premium would definitely go up if those calls went in the money. The premium would go up a lot. You should just use like a options calculator. Use like option strat, and then you can like price out your position, and you'll know what it'll be worth on a move. 2.5. So this has been sufficient pullback for you to consider it healthy enough. No, no. But this is as much as we're pulling back today. I think we should fill like at least the downside gap to 44.20. That I would consider healthy enough to push higher into OPEX. Otherwise, like if we don't pull back a decent amount, I don't really think there's much higher to push. Like we could stay between 45.50 and 46.30 into OPEX, but we probably won't go a lot higher than that. Are we beyond 70C weekly safe? Absolutely not. Price is not the price. That said, I'd be happy to sell them some shares at about 180. Is this sufficient downside to allow at least over 4,600? Not necessarily. Shill. Do they even have fucking $70 strikes on the weekly? They don't. It only goes up to 15. You're the shill. Bulls on Twitter now guaranteeing a single digit VIX by end of year. Impressive. I bought them from Deborah. I don't know her. Pump mag 7 into the end of the day here. I want to see below 50 close. Come on, bears. Common bears? No, nobody should be buying $70 calls on Beyond. That's That's stupid. So we're gonna go down more tomorrow. Maybe. It depends on the data. But we have quite a bit of data tomorrow. We have jolts and we have S&P and ISM services PMI. If those are contracting and labor's weakening, that takes the soft right out of the landing. Then people are going to be begging the Fed to cut rates. Red Book is in the pre-market, and then the PMIs are both during market hours. So it's jolts. 9:45 and 10 for all of it. Tokyo CPI, that's not really a big deal though. Right, it's just like a regional CPI weighting, so it's not gonna have a huge effect. Maybe it would be good for people to remember that the CEO or something of Beyond bit someone's ear in a fight. That's the type of the company they are. Survivors. You know what's even funnier about that? I think he's vegan. He spit it out. It doesn't count. He didn't eat it. That'd be too much. I mean, I still wanted a taste of the meat, though, right? I'd hope he's vegan, slinging mystery oil sausages. He's not. Thoughts on violent consolidation into clothes? Yeah, that seems most likely. We just needed a little bit of catch up. So we're actually just gonna bark it into close. I think that's very likely. Yeah. What effect does VIXpiration typically have on the market? Usually you see VIX move down a little bit after all the contracts fall off. The hedging requirements loosen a little. Obviously this Wednesday is not very important, but next Wednesday is a very important VIX expiration. So on bigger expirations, it can drive volatility in the market. But like these small, like the small weekly ones, don't really make that much of a difference. Why did Beyond drop from 300 to 10 without a split? Because they don't make money. They don't make money, and they're a shitty company. Offense taken. Wait, what? What was offensive? I love offensive things. I don't see it. Violent barcoding into close. We can swing out of this range, but then we'll probably end up back in it again. I'm not vegan, but I am crazy. Don't you rope me in with those people? I was positioning look for an overnight pump. I mean, it doesn't. That's not something that you're gonna predict. Not good. Don't forget end of day straddle. I won't. Well, at least I won't forget the put side, because I already bought that. I might forget the call side. My calls are printing. Good for you. Let JFresh make a serious bullish prediction, please. Otherwise, we can't go down properly. He's not going to do it. He wants the market to go down. He's short things and long bonds. How many weeks at or around 45.50 are we at now? It feels like forever. Well, most of last week and this week so far. We've had a few movers. We tested 45.37 and 45.99, right? But keep getting pinned back to 45.50 because that's where all the interest is, right? That's where all the options interest is. That's where the Vega risk is. How many times can Beyond reject from 875? Well, it almost broke above it earlier and then it got shorted back down. 1,000 more times. It's been 52 years. How excited are you to short IWM at 189? Am I excited to short IWM at 189? I might be. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yep, pretty excited. Pretty excited to short it, find out it's actually in a short squeeze, and then get blown the fuck up. As is tradition. Yeah. hmm. Nvidia's getting rocked today. Time on that. Hmm. Interesting. Football's doing okay. Do you think IWM still has room to continue higher? It does, a little bit. Question for you, Goric. If I forgot to keep enough settled cash in my account to hedge 45.50 leap puts overnight, would you cut and reposition tomorrow? I would just use unsettled cash and then not close the position today. I actually sold my Palantir put spreads at the bottom. Nice. Or call spreads. See, I can time something for once. Well done, Thunder. Amazon looking like a good short soon. Kind of. Yeah, I like it. I might get on that later this week. How's liquidity on top looking? They're still fighting back against any realization, but it's very close to breaking through. Beyond's still broken through. Beyond's starting to see some more covering at the end of the day. So that might pick up some volume here over the next 20 minutes because they're pushing back against the shorting. GME's still got a little bit more room to run. It hasn't started turning around yet. So not everything covered there, but a lot of it covered. GME is definitely in a position where it starts to be significantly at risk for a rug pull. Do you have any NVIDIA puts open still? I have my longer dated ones, yeah. But I didn't get any new ones today. I should have on the breakdown of gamma neutral, but I wasn't really paying attention to it. No, buying puts on GME is usually a losing prospect. What are the odds we close at 45.67.50? Ew. When were the MOASS jokes not more funny? I don't know. What MOASS joke? About to exit all your GME? At some point. I looked at the NVIDIA daily chart and it made me almost shoot water out of my nose. I got fucking wrecked today. With Upstart performing well today, do you have any expectations for T+2 or tomorrow? I mean, as far as continued upside goes on Upstart, I'm not going to play it. Not until it has a pullback. It's too much risk. Upstart Universe, GME earnings, huge positive surprise, shorts flip long. Okay. That's not impossible. Hmm. Interesting. Well, tomorrow's options change is not like very bullish at all. Friday? That kind of looks like fucking shit too. Huh. It's just like nicotine. What if Jimmy does 100 mil share buyback? Unlikely. That'd be fun, but very unlikely. $1 billion buyback, it's only fair. Actually, I agree. Do you want to send my wife over to kiss your boo boo and make it feel better? Fine. If hedge funds flip long to GME and hedge funds are evil according to Super Smooth, does that mean Super Smooth will want GME to go bankrupt? It's a bit of a conundrum. I don't know. Total returns today, 35%. Fucking A, nice. Well done. Good night. We're about to snap back to 45.60? I don't know. It's a good question. Mm, top holding pretty strong into close, too. Check out what I just posted in the SVX channel. Oh, it's so far away. I've seen that before, I think. Tarnished Dan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thanks for initiating MOASS, Gherkin. What did I do? I don't know if my membership ever stops out. Glad to be back. Alright. Thanks, man. That's crazy. $11K on the day, not too shabby. Nice popcorn. Check DM. Yeah, I got weird at the end of it, huh? There's like no options here for tomorrow. Squeezing whatever they can like an orange. Hmm. I love zero DTE so much. I need to match with a girl named Odette on OK Cupid. Ah, bitch. No, not worth it. Still a lot of puts at 65 right now. But they're buying the 70 like crazy. Ah, there it went. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this is gonna close flat here, I think. It's either gonna close flat or it's gonna gap down to 65. Rugged? Sheesh. Seems like they tried to gap 70 and kind of failing. I think they tried to push it up to 75 and they failed. But ding ding. Yeah, they got control of it buying the 70 strike. All right. Let's take a look at how everything went down. So we got a pretty big drop on indexes over the course of the day. With a very, very mild recovery from that drop. We're still very much in a bear flag going into the overnight session. I will say that upside call interest for tomorrow's expiration right now doesn't look very good. We may even see futures sell off here a bit in after hours just because there's so little support in that range. So yeah, this puts us back in the neutral range. Obviously, you know, our bear test failed. We bounced back out of there and, you know, closed above the signal line. We saw VIX move up about 3.33% today. ES down 56 BPS, NQ down 101, Dow down 10 points, and Russell still kind of squeezing up. Russell up 100 BPS. Dixie at the end of the day up 45. Yields across the curve up, but with the highest gains at the 2 and the 5. Well, the 2, the 5, and the 10. So the mid range of the curve really moving up pretty strongly. Commodities down quite hard today. I'm not actually sure why. I assume it's a response to the spike in gold and the rise in dollar value. We're seeing the 1 month correlation turn around a bit, but 3 month correlation's continuing to tick up. So more near term short vol, less longer term short vol being sold, which may be why we're starting to see volatility climb a bit. Carry trade's still breaking down, but it did come back a little bit today. This is something to note, is that the forward returns of volatility have moved almost back to zero. They're quite close. And if the forward returns on volatility turn positive, that's going to create demand on volatility. Bond vol up a little bit today. Still no significant change in VIX week over week. I don't know if this is right, but 88.86% of the index still above its 20-day moving average, so nothing's really fallen off that hard. I mean, we're kind of just back to where we were, like Thursday of last week. Yeah, that's about it for the broader market. GME still has a little bit of liquidity to run off, although not much, but the tips haven't turned around yet. We'll see how that looks in the morning, especially in the pre-market when, we see kind of liquidity expand for the day and how much there's going to be available. It is very close to Gamma Max, but it did not close above it. That may give an opportunity for Gamma Max to move up overnight. If it does, that may, precipitate more call buying and, open up more range. So still a little bit to cover there, but not a lot. Most of the covering seems to be needed on the underlying. ETFs seem to be pretty liquid. So I would say if there's any covering there, it'll probably be brief. Careful of rug pulls on that. Same goes here for Upstart. Upstart got a little bit more covering above Gamma Max today, and it's holding above Gamma Max. But again, if more call interest doesn't come in to propel it upwards, then the upside becomes really, really risky. Fubo is still getting shorted, even though it's climbing. Obviously, indexes are pressuring it up, but they're definitely shorting into the upside on it. And so it's not breaking out yet, but it's very close. And if it breaks above 63, I don't really know where our top is on that. I mean, we'd be looking to like 460 and $5 at that point. And as it runs out into the longer dated call interest, that's like the leap calls at 4, 5, 6. There's quite a lot of them. So that could get kind of spicy if it continues to push up, despite their efforts to keep it under 350. They're not really succeeding much. Top got shorted pretty heavily today, but managed to hold $2. Depending on how much covering needs to be done in the morning, that might push it up above $2, and then it can kind of run from there. Beyond was shorted pretty heavily right there into the end of the day. However, covering is occurring, and today is its first day with any significant volume. So I'd imagine that we'll continue to see covering there. If not due to index pressure, due to the fact that it's been on reg show for 24 days, and there's a lot of backed up FTDs. So that one continues to be pretty interesting. We'll see how that plays out. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I will see all of you tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.